All right. What's up, lovely Santa? Good to see ya. Okay. I think Jan just fixed this, but good thing. Pushing broken code. A skeleton. I'm just gonna comment this stuff out because or else just catching up with me. Time is gift these days. Yeah, pretty much. Time is always catching up. And having much time is not a thing that happens. Also, why is my mug not dry? God damn it. One day, 11 hours. Until the end. Sure. Okay, so game plan today is I'm gonna create a system for making game sections, basically little scenes using prefabs, and then some puzzle mechanics. This is a stretch goal. So that's the idea for today. Although before I do that, the player application is a bit broken. If I do say that, we should see some problems. Yeah, that doesn't look correct at all. Like, it's not centered on the tile. And then we end up with this. Hang on. Because everything would get floored. Elias, what's up? Everything would get floored, like the actual positions. Not sure if this is gonna fix it. Although that's not what I wanted. That's wrong. 'Cause that would have changed just the mesh. Just gonna see what this does. Yeah, because now it's looking correct. Except it seems to have Not quite done what I wanted. Yeah. I think it's doing something weird with the position. Reset that. Let's look at the code. I think it's actually this. That's wrong. Or this. Oh. Let's do this. See what happens. Position is 5,0. Also, it's quite a beautiful day here today, actually. Would be nice to go outside. Let's verify that we actually have the right tile entry, which I think we do. 5, 0, yeah. We do. And we just add it. Well, okay, one thing that we definitely need to check is if it's already visible. Well, I don't think that's the actual problem here. But it is technically an issue. Okay, hang on. Let me go ahead and attach this now. Go into the on update, put a breakpoint, and resume. Because we're standing on a tile right now that should be getting animated. Aha! We have 3,800 tiles to animate apparently. Why does that happen? It's been raining for the last 2 days, damn. That sucks. Okay, why are we adding that many tiles? The only place we add is here. Oh, we never update the visibility flag, for one. That's definitely a problem. Let's do greater than or equal to that. Even though I don't think that should matter anymore. What's up, Pointer? Good to see ya. Okay. Let's look at the graphics improvements Jan just made. You mean the toon shader or the outline thing? Because I did see that. The game is going good except for the fact that whenever I rebuild the scripting stuff, Hazel crashes. Dummy Programmer, thank you so much for the follow. But okay, at least when... Let's see what happens now. Yeah, it looked dope as hell. Okay, so still having some problems. Thing is, it's super annoying because this used to work no problem. Yeah, it's like it has the wrong position. As in, this is in the wrong position. Yeah, you can see. Oh. I think what ends up happening is because we have the box collider on the actual mesh. XPNZ, thank you so much for following. I think because we have the rigid body and the box collider on this entity, it ends up getting pushed by the pillars and it ends up being in the wrong place visually. So it's actually not a bug with the code. The problem is I don't know if I can actually have the box collider and the rigid body on the parent object. Let's see if I can get a hold of Tim. Because he's actually used the animation system and everything. Oh, he just went on dinner break. God damn it. Alright, whatever. Is Xerox online on Discord? Doesn't look like it. I guess let's just give it a go. If I remove there, copy that, the rigid body, add box collider, I will have to update the code a bit. But thankfully, I just have to do it in one place. Let's see if this breaks. Didn't break necessarily. I think what ended up happening is the physics raycast that I'm doing. This basically ended up getting triggered and we lost all our moves. So let's not do that for now. That's basically just me detecting if we're trying to walk through walls. Yeah, now it's actually working. So the replicated player has to have everything on the top level entity. Okay, good. Now, how do we deal with the fact that it basically falls through the blocks initially? Because that's happening because we make it a dynamic entity immediately. And I think it's because of this. I think once the animation for these finishes, that's when we actually do we need to make it a dynamic entity at all? Because I mean, we don't really use the physics system for anything. Well, yeah, I mean, we do. I guess what I could do. Oh, Nicke. God morgon. I guess what I could do is just tell the first kind of block the block that we're standing on, tell it to not animate. How are you, Nicke? Because if it's not animating, it's gonna appear instantly. And now it looks actually just fine. And I don't really mind the fact that that's happening. Now, arguably, maybe we don't want to show the other player until the timer has gone down 10 seconds and switches over. Okay, let's actually get the text elements working. If I update the prefab, what does that actually update it properly? I did not want to do that actually. I did not want to do that at all. Let's grab player and say update. Because both of these are currently pointing to the same prefab. Okay, good. Let's create a new prefab. Which has text as well. Does the player prefab now have text? Yes, it does. Good. Awesome. Eddie, what's up? Okay. So I've fixed the visual issues. Let's not bother with those. Fixed visual glitch with player replicator. And I don't think Tim would have pushed anything new. Yep, should be safe to commit. Awesome. I did not actually think we could fix it that quickly. Also, my hair is doing stuff that it's not supposed to. So I'm putting on the hood again. All right. Let's start doing actual work now. This, create sections via prefab. So I talked to Tim about this yesterday. Well, today, but before I went to bed. And we're basically gonna have the entire game be set in a single scene. But in order for me and him to kind of work on the game sections, the actual levels, at the same time, he had the genius idea of basically just using prefabs. Right, so if we save this, I go in here, create a new scene, call it test scene. Well, let's call it Peter's scene. Drag that in, create directional light and a skylight. Make it dynamic. And I'm just doing this because so I can see stuff. Lower that. If I create an empty, and we'll call it, I don't know, section 01. And I'm plugging my headphone charger. I can create the entire section inside this entity, right? So I just create a bunch of cubes, for example. We do that. All right, this is my level now. We go into prefabs, create a new folder, call it sections. Drag that in, call it section 1. Save the scene. Go into the prototyping scene. Prefab sections, drag it in. We now have an entire section in this scene, and it's just a prefab. Right? That's a very efficient way of letting both me and Tim create sections at the same time. Because all we have to do then, before we ship the game, is just drag all of them into a scene and test it. Now, what I want to basically do is set up, first of all, set it up so you can easily test your section kind of in its own confined space. But then I also want it so that all you need to do when composing the scene is drag it in. And the scene itself should have some script that can automatically detect all sections. I don't know if that's actually necessary. I think it will be. Although you may have to do some wiring work to kind of hook things up with scripts. So that's basically what I'm going to be doing now. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Now I'm gonna make a scene section template. Directional light, skylight. It will have an empty entity. Call it section container. In here, you're gonna be building up your world. Then let's actually go back into prototyping, because you need time manager. You need some kind of level manager, which, yeah, I'm gonna be changing the way this works. You need a camera. Okay. So in here, probably, because level manager will actually apply to the should the level manager apply to the entire level or just a section? I mean, I think it should potentially apply to the entire level. Because it could just keep track of the active section, so to speak. Because we're gonna have to do that either way. So yeah. We'll need a player and replicating player. Let's drag those in. The section container will have an actual level, and it will also have sandbox. We also need a time manager. And the camera as well. Now, because I'm lazy and I don't want to recreate the camera, let's make it into a prefab. Although I suppose before I do that, I'm actually going to switch up the way we display the time left. Camera won't have that anymore. Then we hop into time manager, which already knows about player entity and player replicator entity, which each have a text component that we'll use to display the time left. Right? So we don't need this anymore. Well, do we use this? Yes. Okay, we can actually use that directly then. But here is where I actually want to extend the scripting engine a bit. Because we need to be able to get a component from a child. And I don't like the idea of just iterating through all of the children in C# to get the component. Right. Let's comment this out. Going to entity. Actually, I'll close down the game project and close this down real quick. Go into entity.cs. Public T, get component in children. T, where T is a component. It's gonna be similar to this, only will it be the same as this? Not really. Because we can't check this. Am I just gonna skip the component cache for child components? That's length. I mean, I don't think this is going to be frequently used, realistically. You know what? Screw it. I'm not going to bother. Leave that for after the jam. Let's do private text components, current text components in here. Well, it's gonna start off as being the player entities. Text components. Child has component. If it's replicating movement, we want the replicator entity. come on, I can't do that. If it's not null, do that. But before we switch, if it's not null, set the text to nothing. Because these obviously had text elements, so if I just do this, and this, hit play. Yep, we see the text on this player, which I think obviously we're gonna format it as an int. Then it switches over to this one. Level manager 100. Oh, yeah. Megaflon, good day to you. Let's increment the crash counter. No, I shouldn't have done that. Because it wasn't a crash. So used to having Hazel crash. Also, how did I do that? If it doesn't have a tile error, just return false. Okay. Let's go ahead and format the text as an int right away. Or maybe we want to format it to like have 1 decimal place. Yeah, 17 crashes. 8 of which happened in the first hour. Although I think this is actually incorrect and we want to do a seal to int, possibly. Because what's currently happening is we start off at 9. And then it goes 0 and then it counts 1 more second. I want to, when it hits 0, it immediately switches. Yeah, I like that better. Do we want to display like a decimal point instead of just the round number? I think that could actually be interesting if we do string format. How the hell do I do this again? It's that. Mr. the Mech, thank you so much for following. This how you do it? Oh, actually, wait. That's also incorrect. We should want it to be that. No. What's this game about? It's a puzzle game, right? The last 3 seconds should be with a decimal point. Okay, that's interesting. That could actually be kind of cool. Sharp string format, decimal places. I never remember how to do this. Are the pound symbols necessary? I guess we should do that as an optional. Okay, but I don't want it to be optional though. So let's do, if it's less than 10, let's do if it's less than 4. That. Else if 10-second timer is less than 10, so we know it's greater than 4, but it's still less than 10. Wait, hang on. Yeah. Then we really just want to do the Aldex. Thank you so much for following. Steal to int. With a space. Because we want it to sort of look at least somewhat normal. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. That looked a bit weird. Looked like the 4 just got skipped almost. Yeah. Because it hits. If it's less than 3.5. Or less than or equal to 3, possibly. Okay, I mean, that doesn't look awful. But I think it should actually be less than or equal to 3. In order for us to get the full 4 second. Maybe? Yeah, let's just do 3.5. That looked the best. Ben C, 25. Thank you so much for following. Sure. Okay, good. We have that done. Let's actually update the prefabs as well. Make the camera prefab. Okay, cool. Let's pop one over to the section template. Make sure we update the text on these so they're blank. Time manager is gonna need the camera entity as well. So we drag in camera there, which I have to do that. Camera entity, player, replicated player, that, level manager. Yeah, we're all streaming Abdullah. Text can get more red as time goes on. Yeah, it could. We can probably work on that at some point. Would be nice if we could automatically just assign these things, which, you know, we can. If the level manager actually knows about the players, it could do that, I think. That way we don't have to manually assign stuff, and it would make our lives a lot easier. Well, not really. It doesn't actually matter. Because the thing is, the only thing we're actually going to be using from this scene in the actual game scene is the section container. So yeah. Now, camera doesn't actually need anything because it's just a static camera. We've assigned all of that. We've assigned that. We've assigned that. And we have assigned all of that. Awesome. The only thing we don't have right now is... So, okay, currently the level manager won't work because it doesn't have a concept of sections or a section container. So, how would we make it so it actually does kind of have a concept of section containers? Because it's gonna need to know about the section and like the current section and the section that comes after it. So, what I'm thinking I'm gonna do in here, have a script. Let's call it level section. I got scared that we were crashing because, oh my god, that took a long time. Level. It's like, there we go. That took several seconds just to generate that file. And the section will be aware of its own tiles. Right, so this will have a section script on it. And then we have level in the sandbox. Now I could assign those via the editor, but I think that might break stuff. Level entity. Sandbox entity. We go through our children. Level entity. If child.tag is level. This isn't actually that great, but so level entity equal to child. Else if child tag. Eventually we will want an actual proper tag system. I'm gonna be doing that after bottom there though. Sandbox entity equals child. Then we can just do if level entity is null, or sandbox entity is null. Log.error. Fail to find level entity or sandbox entity. And then bail, if that's the case. And the reason we need to know which one's which is because we're going to be basically iterating through the level entity's children to grab all the tiles automatically, which means the level manager will actually no longer have tile entities. It will have a section, which is the current section. Yeah. So tile entities is something this will have. Let's actually grab these, move them up here, and mark them as internal. Because that way we can use them in here. I have to do this. In level entity, children. Yep. So we can actually get rid of that. I'll get rid of tile entities. Meaning we can move this into here. Then we have tiles to animate. Yep. Is gold tile. Show, hide. We'll need all of those. Show neighboring tiles, show and hide tiles. Yep, we'll need all of those. We'll need this in on update. Tile animation speed. We'll get rid of that. Now, I still want the level manager to have this because we only want to show the initial section. We don't want to basically show every section afterwards. At least I don't think we do. Maybe we do. I'll have to have a word with Tim. I'll tell him to give me a call once you're back. Got something to discuss with you. Now, this will have the current section, which the question becomes, do we? I mean, I think this should definitely have the start section entity. Meaning on create, we do current section equals this as level section. I think that's fair. We tell the current section to hide. Like that. If it hasn't shown the initial level, we do that. If it's less than that, we hide it, because it's going to be shown by default. If we try and build, it will fail. Yeah, and I'm wondering, like, if maybe we should still have this in here. Because if we want it here, we can just do current section, show neighboring tiles, position. Literally just have it correspond to that. It's gold tile. Yeah, we'll need that as well. Public bool is gold tile. Vector 3 position. Current section is gold tile. Position. Now this will then have script section. Level manager will have the section container. Okay. I think that's good refactoring that we've done. That will make it a lot easier for us to create this game. Yeah, I suppose I should really just start building out the actual level. We don't have a floor tile prefab, interestingly enough. We should do that. Now we increment the crash count. Okay, so it crashed in field info because it's probably dealing with like a null field or some shit like that. I imagine check storage does exist. Field info is absolute garbage. Tile animation speed. Okay, so it's borked, basically. Now this... That's annoying. And I can't be bothered fixing it, but I'm gonna write up here. Crash on deserialization because field script field changed class. I think that's what's happening. Which is why I think the fix is to go into scenes, prototyping, search for tile animation speed. It's the level manager. We don't have that in there. We do have these boys, I think. Check. Yep, and start section entity, but that doesn't matter. And initial display time. So we have that, we have that, we have that. Let's try it again. All good. Miss Hit. Thank you so much for following. And I pronounced that in a very Swedish way, surprisingly. Okay. It did start. We're gonna want to create floor, basically turn these into prefabs. 0, point, yep, that's all correct. Create that. And then we can move it back into the row. There. So now we have that. Section template. Under section container and level, we're gonna have an empty entity called row. And I think that's the template actually done. Actually, we don't even technically need the rows anymore. Right, because if we go under section, the only thing row entity is used for is going through its children. Meaning if we don't do that, we could literally just have all the tiles in level. Although having like rows might make things a bit simpler. At least in terms of organizational purpose stuff. Yeah. And the idea is you would just duplicate this level when you want to build a new section. Then you take this section container and drag it into this folder. But yeah, let's keep using rows. So if I wanted to make a new section, I do duplicate. God damn it. That's 19 crashes. And it's this lock. It's probably doing like a recursive lock, I think. Did it actually duplicate it? Yeah, it did. Let's rename it to test section. What's up?
I'm in his stream.
All right.
Oh, you're here, Peter.
Yeah.
I was just the right stuff. Nah, come here, Tim. We're having a team meeting. All right, can you hear me, Peter?
Yep.
Oh man, you're so much quieter than the game. Hang on. I should just stop that. Let me just quickly. I need to have it running. All right. Yeah. Basically, I just had a thought, and I wanted to discuss like the game with you a bit.
Yep.
So I've just shared my screen with you just so you can see it easily.
Mm.
I've added this kind of shader,
Yep.
kind of like a moon shader. And like I was just wondering like what the deal is with the perspective of the game and how close you want the camera to the actual action. Because the problem with this shader is that because it's kind of based on pixels, like if we go further out, the outlines just become thicker. And I just think that the game might look nicer if we, you know, we're a little bit closer to the action. Not to mention the fact that if it's isometric, then and we're just mirroring here, like there's so much wasted space, like everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. I was kind of thinking about that yesterday. I just think the camera looks like it's way too far out.
Yeah.
Um.
So we could either like I was thinking that maybe, you know, oops. Um like I don't know if following the player would make much sense. Like if it was, you know, closer, but then like kind of followed the player.
Mm.
You know what I mean? As they moved around, that might be cool, but obviously because it's supposed to be mirrored, in a way, it's kind of like you know, you want both of them on the screen, but also if they're both on the screen, there's no way this layout works.
Yeah. Uh.
I think
Explain
it's
to me why that layout doesn't work if they're both on the screen.
well
What do you mean?
because look at it now. Like
Yeah,
what goes here, you know? Just clouds.
but does it have to? Like this whole thing is in the sky. Like it's kind of. I think it has a nice like minimalistic element as well.
Oh, if there's a lot of
If there's
I mean, I guess so. I mean, I personally think just a Cherno suggestion here, you know, designated by the orange. If we have the game world here and the mirrored world here, I think it would be cool to kind of like make the screen basically, you know, while you're playing, let me just draw the mirrored world. So this is the mirrored world, the blue one.
Yeah.
While you're kind of playing on this world, why not kind of just make it so that it's a little bit more shown? Not like this, you know, but just like that.
Yeah.
And then when you move, it moves to here. So it's kind of like going between. So it's not really moving that much. It's not zooming in that much. So there is still maybe a little space because I guess that would look kind of cool. And also, you know, less pixels to shade. So that's always good. And then,
optimization.
but also I just, yeah, I think it would just look nice. But I think it's definitely better than just doing that.
Yeah.
And probably better than just doing this.
Yeah.
Because that's
Definitely.
probably too much movement and hard to see. So maybe like 50 kind of, you know, cut this off a bit, but focus on this when you're here. And then a little gentle camera move to here.
Yeah. I'm thinking like how we're gonna make that work with the multiple sections though, because like we'd have to
So
basically.
what are that? What are that? Yeah, I have no idea.
Basically, when you complete the section that's currently on screen by
Yep.
getting to the goal tile, what's effectively going to happen is you're going to move one tile further along. Actually, I can bring up and share my screen.
Yep.
To illustrate a bit better. I think I should be sharing it now. Yes.
Yep.
So when you say this is the goal tile right here, when the player reaches that tile, this entire section right here is gonna disappear,
Okay.
and a new section will appear here. So you'll have a new sort of sandbox area there, and a new level area here. And so what I was kind of thinking that we could do if we're gonna have the camera move a little bit when it's like looking at this section is when you reach the goal tile, the camera will be focused on this player. And then we just effectively switch out this player with the like actual keyboard player. And then just move that over here and have the camera actually focus on it.
Yeah.
Because that way it still doesn't have to move that much.
Mhm.
It's like it's already looking, maybe here, and then it just goes over a bit.
Yep. Yeah, no, I guess that sounds reasonable.
Because I basically wanted to avoid having to do scene loading.
Yeah. Well, I mean in general scene loading's fine, but yeah, sure.
I just think for this game it's not really, we don't have to
Yeah,
make it
exactly, of course. Why
individual
do it?
scenes.
Yeah, of course. This is much easier.
Yeah. And like
Okay.
that should also work just fine with the tile system, because sort of we don't really like tiles doesn't have to start from 0 0, for example. They can start at 100 100. So
Yeah.
all we really have to do is just move the camera a bit.
Yeah. Okay, good. But yeah, I just like my big thing here is just that like if we can, because I want to kind of wrap up this shader, so I just need to like know basically if we can move it closer or if I should really try and make it work with that zoomed out perspective.
Oh, I think we can definitely move it closer. Like, I mean, you can see it. Like there's just so much empty space
Well,
that
exactly.
you
Yeah.
really don't need.
Yeah.
And so I'm just gonna emulate this by changing the FOV. We'd actually want to move the camera probably, and like
That's pretty
just
cool.
have something like this when we're actually providing keyboard input,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and then just
Well, yeah, so that it's clear, like, obviously, we can center it as well, so that it's clear, obviously, which one you're controlling and what the goal is.
yeah.
Oh, also, another thing I did, which isn't apparent here, but if I just copy this for a second, um, I mean, this isn't a big deal, but I guess since we're showing cool stuff, in the runtime, yeah, I spent a while tweaking shadows and shadow cascades.
Okay.
So, oh, there are no shadows.
Nice.
Why are there no shadows? All right, never mind.
That is cool.
That was a weird merge. But yeah, I got the shadows looking really nice, up until they disappeared.
Believe you, Jan. No need to show evidence.
Yeah, no, I trust you.
Yeah.
The heck?
We'll take your word for it.
Oh, no. Nah, I don't know, man. That's, oh, hang on. Hang on. No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened to my shadows. Well, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Um,
Very weird.
I had something I wanted to discuss while I have you here.
Uh-huh.
Um, what was it? Well, one thing that I wanted to show you guys was I now have the time displaying like above the current player, first of all.
Yeah, okay, that's good, I guess, but the angle's a bit weird.
Yeah. It ended up, and of course it didn't work this time because we had a null reference exception because I'm in the middle of nuke in the code.
Yeah.
But first of all, what do you guys think about the basically displaying the milliseconds after we get to 3 seconds?
It could be cool, like
Sure.
I guess if it fits, like
Yeah, because like someone also had a suggestion of like making the text go red when it goes below 3 seconds, which like I'm not sure if I want that because it's like it's not something bad that happens after 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But either way, that wasn't actually what I kind of wanted to discuss. There was something else.
What's that?
I can't remember. So I don't think it was anything important, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Well, if anything, you know where to find me.
yeah. All right. So are you gonna do like the camera stuff, or do you want me to take care of that?
You're gonna camera stuff. I'm just gonna make sure the shadows work. I think I know why. It's because I kind of made them tied to the distance of the camera from the board. Because that's basically gonna stay the same-ish.
Yeah.
So once we get that sorted, it's gonna be. I mean, I could make it like a variable, but it's just that way I can tweak them so that they're actually perfect.
Yeah.
But because I basically the camera used to be like 90 or 80 meters wide, and now it's like 50. It's like way closer. I made it in that example.
Yeah.
It's just rectangle.
Okay. Well, I'll get right to taking care of the camera stuff.
Yep.
And good luck with the shadows.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter. So I'm still on track to finish all the assets today. I think.
Okay.
I have one more biome left, I guess, and just tweak some of them, and they're basically done.
Yeah.
So I guess tomorrow I can start on puzzle like construction.
Yep.
Or anything else that you need me to do, I guess.
Yeah,
Puzzle.
I actually did want to show you guys one thing.
Yeah. Here we go. Shadows are back.
Oh
'Cause
yeah,
I put the camera back, so they look pretty good.
that's cool.
Just take my word for it. They look pretty good.
Yeah.
Whoa, did you see that?
Yeah, I've fixed all of that garbage that's happening. It's a visual glitch that I ended up
It's
fixing.
an illusion. It's actually
We live in a
working.
matrix.
Yeah, no, it's actually like the actual replicated player top level entity is in the right position, but the mesh ended up getting shifted because the rigid body wasn't that. And so
I'm pulling your latest
yeah,
code now.
that should
So
have
what should I
fixed.
be able to do, like, to play the game now? As in, like, what are the feature? What have you implemented?
So I've obviously implemented replication. I've implemented there's a few things that isn't really made apparent. What's happening there?
I just walked off.
Wait, what? That shouldn't be possible.
And yet here we are.
Yeah, why?
So, and also, what's the goal? Like, what do I do here?
So right now there is no goal, because I removed the goal tile, but we do have support for it.
Yeah.
Well, we're still building it out. Tomorrow's we have played all that.
Right.
Jan's just finished his stuff ahead of time. He was thinking.
Yeah, I'm
When
taking
he
the
was
day
there
off.
this
Tomorrow.
afternoon, he said I was hoping to be there tomorrow afternoon. So
Yeah.
he's finished his jam like a day early. So he's like, "Where's
Yeah.
my game? Where's my game?"
Well,
Yeah.
No, I still have to do multi-threading.
Which was
But-
completely forgotten.
Might just shove that in now, to be honest.
Yeah, but basically there is like a gold tile. We can handle like a gold tile. It's just I removed that gold tile from the prototyping level.
Grading would be good.
Yeah.
Sorry, Peter. I'm listening.
And basically I'm gonna today tie that into the whole section switching thing.
Okay. So the gold, what does the gold tile look like, or do you not see?
Right now,
Okay.
when I initially did it, I just changed the material to like a golden color. But
What do you want me to make it to look like? I can make it a flag. I can make it like a goalpost, like with a ribbon at the top. Or what do you want it to look like?
I think having something like a flag or yeah, I think having a flag would be the best with the time that we have because it's simple. It would have been awesome to have it basically look like to have like a post, almost like an effect that looks like a kind of aura, like a blue aura that you can walk into. but I think just because of time, let's do a flag.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. Awesome.
Pretty nice. I really like this outline.
Yeah.
Glad I found this shader.
Outline looks really cool.
And Control V, Control C, Control V did it.
Hey, there was a bit of work required. But yeah, mostly yes.
All right. Well,
Oh, and we were talking about potentially upping the, you know, like the ambient occlusion
yeah.
to kind of like for a style, because you know what I mean, like kind of like what I've got on my screen now, because it just looks a bit more stylistic, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it's kind of like that. Although at that resolution, like it might be hard to even. No, you can still see that, and the shadows look better. So
That would be
yeah,
cool.
this is yet another little hint at maybe we should make it closer so that you can see the graphics.
Yeah.
Because look, that looks sick.
Yeah.
Too bad we can't see this beautiful specular.
What?
Look at that beautiful specular
Yeah.
highlight. I just said too bad we can't. We'll never be able to see it.
Wait, I don't understand why.
Because we're not going to be this close ever.
Oh.
I mean, you'll probably be able to see it on like some of the tiles,
Look
like
at
the
that.
lava tiles.
That's actually a working screen space reflection for the first time, I think, in the history of screen space reflections. Damn. And it even faded out beautifully. The heck? Who are you and what have you done with Hazel? Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that's sick.
Damn. Maybe we turn screen space reflections on.
Nuke half the PCs that are gonna run it.
Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, that's actually half resolution.
Did you see it online?
Look, that's full resolution. Damn.
Damn, that looks really good, actually.
I know. I'm very surprised. And especially with that AO hiding any artifacts around the edges.
Yeah.
Until it itself becomes...
Speaking, what would happen if you lowered the cube? Because the cube was kind of a little bit floating above the ground right now.
Like, what do you mean? During the game?
Well, no, just now.
Now?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to see what would happen to the AO.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the AO holds up. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually pretty impressed with that SSR working. I guess for this scenario, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's gone.
Along with the AO.
Yeah, because the AO is also screen space. Maybe we should just ship this with ray trace reflections and ray trace AO. Easy, right?
Yeah.
Only support the 90s and above.
Well, we do support ray tracing pipeline. On a branch somewhere, just like multi-threading.
But that's about to be dug up, right?
Yeah. Dude, okay, I am not kidding. I actually think we should make SSR an option. We can have it off by default,
Yeah.
but like, don't you think this just looks cool? Because like, especially if the camera's closer, because this cube, like, just being able to see the reflection,
Yeah, but I mean,
it's just dope. It serves no
at this
gameplay
distance.
purpose, but yeah, well, it's not. It only looks good when you're this close, though.
oh yeah, I mean, but you're never gonna be this close.
Yeah.
What would it look like from
Rip.
the perspective that you're suggesting?
Like here. Well, let's dial that AO down a few notches.
Or disable the GTAO or the HBAO.
Or just disable ambient occlusion. Ugh, that's disgusting.
That is
Bring
such
it
a massive
back, make it
difference.
stop. Yeah, it is, especially at this resolution. Like as in this amount. So that's like, I think this is standard AO. This is no AO.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But we can also have two different kinds of AO.
and both at the same time.
HBAO and GTAO.
There's only one game engine in the world that lets you do this.
I'm actually not aware if that's a feature in other engines.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, whatever. That's the game, everyone. Thank you for coming to my stream. I'm not leaving yet, unfortunately.
And Peter, what did you want to talk to me about?
That grain. Do you remember the grain that
Yes,
I
I do
made?
actually. The film grain.
I don't know where that is, but maybe we should do that. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was. I think it was basically just the text stuff that I showed.
Ah, okay. Alright. No problem.
So it's all good.
Okie dokie.
All right.
I'm gonna add the grain.
Yeah.
Cool.
Right,
I
see
guess
you.
back to it, right?
Yeah.
Adios then. No,
Goodbye.
that is.
All right. Cool. And DV, thank you so much for the stretching. Okay, so let's maybe start by figuring out where we want the camera. All right, so if we do this, go down to the camera. We bring it that did not work. Okay, so it's over there. I think going down to like Y50. Okay, yeah. That looks a lot better. Although we'd probably want... something a bit more like this, I think. I've been sitting for 2 hours, yeah. That's true. So something like this, when it's focused on the kind of keyboard player. I don't know if we're gonna have the gold tile always be visible. Like, I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea, but we'll have to have a look at it. All right. So I was getting a null reference exception, which probably isn't surprising. What's this? Okay. Invalid entity, sure. And this is coming from on update, line 33 in level manager. Probably we just haven't assigned anything. If we do this, yeah, start section entity hasn't been assigned because this whole prototyping I mean, this is sort of like the section. Well, no, ground tiles is the section, meaning we're gonna need a dedicated level manager in here. actually gonna copy the transform here. Open up the camera prefab. Paste, update, delete. Yeah, I'm actually gonna just ignore this scene, to be honest. For now, let's go into test section. And section template we'll need to get rid of the camera and update that. Camera. Not sure which one's which, so let's just do that. Okay. Under section container, we just have a cube for now. Scale it to like 0.1. Scale it up to 10, 10. Because I think if we have a look in prototyping at the sandbox, that's at 5 in the x-axis. And the actual level is also at 5, but it goes in the other direction. That doesn't matter in that case. Ground is at negative 5.5. There we go. And if I just start building out some tiles here. Let's do floor tile. Which is referencing the wrong prefab somehow. Sure. So don't duplicate an invalid prefab, basically. Is what I just discovered. Why is the prefab invalid, though? Like, that makes no sense. Wrong prefab handle. Good morning, Marka. And Strut from Charababis. That's super annoying. Let's just drag out the floor tile instead. I think it was 0.5, 0.5, 1. And then we had a box collider on it, which was 10, -10. And then like 1, 1. Why is that offset? But these aren't, because they're at -4.5, not 5. Got it. So we basically want this to be at .5. No, I don't think we're gonna do randomly generated levels at all. I'm working on a workflow that will let both me and Tim build out levels, or sections rather, simultaneously, and then just comp all the sections together. Actually, this is interesting. This wouldn't be correct because these, yeah. Let's have them actually be like this. Because then we can just make the this be like 10 point, what would that be, 11? Yeah. Then we just duplicate the row and make it go +1, +2, +3, +4, +5, 6, 7, 8. And I think it's, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 11. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Save that. Yeah, if I hit play now, doesn't work. Because we get a null reference. Time Manager 102. Update slow motion. (127). Camera component doesn't exist. You're right, it doesn't. Because we probably forgot to assign camera. Because we deleted it. we're still getting a... Trying to add something with the same key. Great. Level section 66. Here. How? We're grabbing the world position of these guys. So that shouldn't actually be possible. Because none of them should have the same world position. They'll have like the same local position as the ones in the other rows, but they shouldn't have the same world position. Let's do if that let's do continue. Found duplicate at 030 dot when trying to add. Oh, hang on. This fucking floating point imprecision. Yeah, I think it's a floating point imprecision error. Because we're doing it basically floor. Which gives us 0. But we're also calling floor on negative 0.001. Which should actually give us negative 1. But it's not. Clear. Yeah, now it's not happening. Okay. Good. And if we just go ahead and do this, we shouldn't actually have any problems whatsoever. We're gonna have to adjust the camera or the text. Awesome. Let's adjust the player text. To maybe be more like there. Now it looks weird. It looks weird until we do that. This is so annoying. This actually looks fine like that. Space it out a bit. Space it out some more. Wait. Okay, so that was actually a bit much for 9. Because we're doing seal to int, we're getting 10. Let's do it if it's less than 9, maybe. 10 still looks a bit weird. That looks better. Oh yeah, now it's looking good. We'll have to adjust this one as well and make so the camera focuses on that. Let's move there, pause, take the camera. Do this, I think. We should probably fix this. But if I just walk off the edge here, will this actually fall? Yeah, so that one falls, this one doesn't. Because we've done what exactly? Yeah, it won't fall. Which is annoying. Um, let's see if we can actually figure out what's going on with the collision box. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Very interesting. The collision box isn't actually moving. But I think it does for this one. Which is weird. Actually, no, it's not. I know exactly why it's happening. It's because the rigid body and box collider needs to be on this. It's gonna be on the player layer. We will freeze X, Y, Z, Z, and Z. We will then update the prefab. Yeah. Now it should be fine. Yeah, very nice collision box. Now we can probably restart this in release. Not that one. That section. And now we fall off. Good. Okay. I'm just checking the aspect ratio here. And I definitely think it looks fine. Yeah. Like it definitely looks... That looks fine to me. Now, how are we gonna focus the camera on the active player? Does Time Manager know about the camera? It does. So, I think what should happen is the section itself should define the camera positions for any given focused player, because that's gonna change per section, I think. And we can probably use it as like an offset. Nah, let's not do that. Vector 3. Sandbox. Camera pulse. Hello, camera pulse. Now the Time Manager knows when we switch to that, but I'm thinking maybe we should make that per section. Or at least have some kind of event that we can subscribe to. It's like a public event action on focus. Wouldn't this game be a perfect example of having a split screen with 2 cameras? No, because I don't think so. I mean, you could obviously have that, and that would work. But I don't think having split screen in this case would be what we want. Mainly because it's not actually co-op. On focus. Player focus shifted. But I actually want this to take in a parameter. Whether or not we should be replicating, so we're taking a bool for now. Then level section. We'll have private level manager. No, time manager, not level manager. Shift, camera, position, yes. Target, replicator. Right, if we're shifting to the replicator, for now, literally all I'll do is we need the camera as well. We actually need the entity itself, not just the camera component. Camera entity, translation. Start out with that. Control Shift B. So we'll copy this 3250 26. Can't just copy the 32.4 and 26.7. 32.4, 26.7, and then 50. Right, let's do this. Hit pause. Let's keep the X the same, but modify the Z to 38.2. Acid House, thank you so much for the follow. And let's have a look. Now we'd probably want to lerp it instead of just snapping it instantly. So let's do private vector 3 camera target pause. And instead of doing this, we'll just do camera target pause is equal to target replicator if true level camera, otherwise sandbox camera. Then in on update, camera entity translation vector 3 lerp. And I'll just have a private load m camera move time. We'll do 2. That's nice and smooth. I like it. Okay, so Jan sent me a message saying that after the first 10 seconds of the game, he dips, the performance dips. You could probably do a smooth step animation rather than a lerp. Yeah, but I'm not gonna bother. Like, I don't really care if it's a lerp or a smooth step animation. It's fine either way. If you check the stats here, let's dock them to there. Performance. Yeah, it does look like it's kind of laggy when they appear. Although the frame time doesn't actually seem to be changing at all. But I think it's happening when we animate the actual floor tiles. I guess if we do false there, We'll see if it feels like it's sort of lagging. No, it's not. Well, is it? I'm not seeing any frame time difference at all. Yeah, that doesn't lag for me. Let's do a couple of rounds here. And see if there's any like leak-in happen. Because if it's lagging for Jan but not for me, then that's... Well... That doesn't seem to be lagging. Yeah. Frame time hasn't changed at all for me. You had some debug thing open that showed CPU and GPU. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not actually seeing any lag. Like there is, I think, I don't remember the key for it. But I think that's just a thing in runtime layer though. Yeah. So he's doing it in the runtime. Which, like, I don't know how to package that. But in the actual editor, I'm not noticing any lag at all. Or any, like, frame time increase. Because look, the frame time has been consistently at 6.96 milliseconds for the entire game. Like, it spikes a little bit, but then it goes back down instantly. And I think CPU time. Get total CPU time. Because the frame time's the same as what I'm seeing. But let's do this. Under performance. Get total CPU time. Just so I can see it in the editor as well. You're on a boat, Emily. Well, thanks for checking in. Hopefully you have a good boating trip. Let's bring up the stats. Because this obviously isn't super accurate, but you can see it's 2 milliseconds right now. Still 2 milliseconds. It's possible that it's because of the level that he's playing, and there's actual C# errors. You want me to turn off VSync? Well, 3 milliseconds there. Like, even with... you can see frame time of 2 milliseconds and a CPU time of 2 milliseconds, and that doesn't change. You can see. It's consistent. So it's not a game issue, okay? Most likely he's using the old scene, which I think would throw a crap ton of errors. So that's not actually going to be a thing. And we've done these. Good. Camera can focus. Everything's good there. I'm gonna see if I can give him a call. Nah, doesn't matter. Okay. We got that working. So, is there anything else I have to do in terms of section stuff? I mean, you obviously have to define a goal tile, but that's easy. Like, you literally just take one of these and you give it goal tile script. That's a goal tile now, right? That should get picked up automatically as well. So if I do this, we should definitely hit the goal tile. And when we do, I think it will stop. Yep, you can see it's no longer executing moves, because it hit the goal. Literally that simple. Now, which one was it? This one. Let's remove it. I don't know if there's anything else I have to do in terms of section building, with like that I can do without actually testing the sections. So if I just go in prefab sections, drag this in and call it test section. Let's actually drag in another one and call it test section 2. So now we technically have 2 sections, right? We go into prototyping, which I'm actually gonna just clean up completely. By getting rid of, well, actually, if we go into test section, I want to make sure that I update the prefabs here so that everything's good. Go into prototyping, delete, delete, delete. Let's get rid of those. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of camera. Get rid of that. Yeah. Then we drag in the test section. We drag in the player prefab, the replicated player, right? Why do we have 2 section containers? That's interesting. Let's drag in this. And we shift that. 22, looks like. Then level manager needs to have the level manager script, which will have player. It needs the replicated player, which I didn't drag out. Yes, I did. There it is. The start section entity, which is going to be this one. And that should be that. Well, we have to hook up time manager as well to have player entity, replicated player, and the camera. There. Save and hit play, and it should just function. Classic Todd Howard, should just work. It just works. Okay, there's some weirdness with the camera. Yeah. And I think the reason for it is we just need to modify the code slightly. If it's within, say, 0.75. Translation. Camera, target, pulse. Done. Pretty sure that's all we have to do. What the fuck? What's happening here? Yeah, why isn't that working? Wait. Okay. That's interesting how we had multiple section containers. That's very weird. I mean, now camera is 3226. Oh, Null. Player replicator. Right, yeah, oh yeah, I forgot to set everything up. Level manager. That's fine. Player. That. Level manager. Nice. And the idea is this section would also disappear. But this section would disappear immediately. Right? Then when you reach the goal tile, it would get revealed. And the player would move over. Now, that's at 0, 0. Which means we can actually do something clever with the camera. When it comes to moving over to the next section. And effectively just take the sandbox camera pause and add the section container's Z pause to it. So we'd actually do pause equals translation.z. And I don't think that should, like, nothing should appear to be different in this case because we're at Z0. Yeah, that works just fine. Then we get shifted back, although that didn't quite work. I'm wondering if it's doing referencing instead of copying. Shouldn't be, though. Oh, no, wait. This has to be like... I don't know. We'll have to play around with that at some point. But we have the ability to create sections via prefabs now. Which is awesome. Now, I'm gonna basically take the test section here and turn that into the section template. Because I made some changes to it. Let's get rid of that. Add in section template. Section template. Okay. And I think that should be fine. Yep, all good. Does it play? It does. Nice. All right, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, so I'll be back in a moment. And we're back. Okay, so I'm gonna want to push this, like, right now. Let's see if I can get a hold of Jan or Tim, because I want to make sure that they're not planning on pushing anything right now. Let's have a look. Okay. I think Jan pushed some stuff, yeah. Let's see if it picks up. Oh, he's about to end the stream. Oh, and he's raiding me. Thank you so much, Jan, for the raid. Out of Sanity Exception. Thank you so much for following. Thank you, Jan, for the raid. Much appreciated. You heading home now? Okay. Has anyone pushed to the game repo? Witness me. Thank you so much for the follow. If I can close that. Let's take a look. Bering Dev, thank you so much for the follow. Raishal, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, Jan. Hopefully you have a good night. Barn0x0, thank you so much for following. Subwild, what's the game looking like so far? I just got here. So I haven't pulled the latest engine stuff, so right now it's looking like this. I'm gonna pull the latest engine stuff pretty soon, and we can see what that looks like. Okay, I'm the one who pulled the latest stuff, pushed the latest stuff there, so I can just go ahead and push all of this. That doesn't matter, and that doesn't matter. Vertigo Studios, thanks so much for the follow. Still can't believe you use Edge. I like it. I actually like it. It's surprising. I know. By the way, Jan, the performance issues you were having is most likely due to C# exceptions in the prototyping scene. Because this scene, like, I played it for like 40 seconds to a minute, and the CPU time didn't spike at all. So most likely C# was throwing a bunch of exceptions and being angry because I changed the code. Yeah, exactly, Mark. I think Edge is actually quite nice, surprisingly. So what did I actually do? I refactored level handling to allow for section prefabs. Added section template scene. Edge is surprisingly clean compared to Chrome. Yeah. Also, Edge doesn't eat up RAM. At least not as badly as Chrome. Let's commit that. Let's close so I can pull the engine changes. I have local engine changes. Oh yeah, it was just this stuff that wasn't compiling, and then that, which is fine. Entity, that doesn't matter. I can actually completely discard that. Yeah, I don't use Edge on Android. I actually still use Chrome. But it's fine. Okay, so he did fix up this file, so I can discard my changes there. Let's go ahead and pull. Oh. Not sure if Jan is still in the office, but he did try to give my call. Few seconds. Let's see if he's still there. Or not. Probably he's already headed home. Kratos Defense, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Did he add any new files? Well, it added the new shader, but whatever.
You what?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard me on this. Oh, I see you did see my message here.
Yeah, no, I did hear you say that the
Yeah.
exception thing.
Because I did change the code and it was throwing a lot of exceptions.
Okay.
And then
Maybe, yeah.
I made a template scene for like that we're going to be using for building out sections. And I played that for like a minute, and it didn't slow down the CPU time at all.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. I mean, the only thing that would make me think it might not be that is just because it was happening like in the runtime, not the editor or whatever. I don't know if we're still at the stage where we just crash if there's an exception.
I don't know. We'll probably have to do some more testing.
Yeah.
I should probably make sure to test that in the runtime.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because you can just hit Control F3 and easily see the actual time.
Yeah. What's kind of the step, like the build step? How do I build the everything so that it works in the runtime?
You'll have to do file and just if you go file build asset pack,
Yeah.
then that should just build everything you've done, including the C# binary and everything.
Okay.
Like it won't build the C# binary,
yeah.
but it will package it. Yeah. And yeah, like I don't know. I didn't push a lot of my runtime layer stuff, so there might need to be some other tweaking to do. Like for example, you'll probably need to tell it where the asset pack is, and if you're not, obviously, if you're running from Visual Studio, which is in a different repository to the project, you'll have to probably give it an absolute path to the asset pack.
Okay.
As well as open a project normally.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it'll work. It might not, but you can give it a go if you want.
Yeah, I'll probably give it a go. If not, you can test the stuff when you get back to the office tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll test a bunch of stuff tomorrow, and I'm like Tim was saying that you potentially need help with stuff, with like gameplay stuff. Is this true?
I don't know. I don't
Like,
think
do you think how's your scope looking?
Well, so currently, what I basically have left to do in terms of gameplay stuff is building out the actual puzzle mechanics and just making sure that the transition from one section to another works. That's it, because the section managing is actually done now.
Okay.
And then it's just basically polishing and tweaking some minor stuff.
Yep.
And I'm probably gonna be doing. I'm probably gonna be working on this like maybe until tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Because I do feel like I need to put in a lot of time now to get it to ready in time, basically.
Yeah.
So I don't think I need anything.
Help with certain features.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I do, I'll let you know, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think it should be fine.
Because as Tim said earlier, like I kind of finished my stuff ahead of time.
Yeah.
But I do still need to do all of the audio and music for the game.
Yeah.
And like I also want to maybe, bring across the launcher that we had as well, and play with some tiering settings.
Yeah.
So there is obviously a lot of stuff that I could still do. Maybe even like, kind of not really like a main menu. Well, yeah, like a main menu basically, and that kind of stuff. Like I could work on that as well. Like all the little things basically. Oh, and also multi-threading I wanted to bring over.
Yeah. Yeah, like definitely. I think it's perfectly fine. Like if you work on like menu stuff and that all of those kind of settings and everything like that.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think I'll need any help with the gameplay itself, but if it's looking like I won't have time to do something, either I'll just consider cutting that like particularly gameplay feature, or I'll let you know.
Yep. Okay, cool. Well, yeah,
Awesome.
sounds good. Just focus on the gameplay and make it as good as possible.
Yeah.
And then I'll take care of all the adjacent stuff.
Cool.
Cool.
All right. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good day.
Thanks. Bye. All right. Stastaman, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see what you guys have been saying. Let me try. Okay, yeah, there's some browser-related stuff. 69 viewers and 220. I have Streamlabs is saying like 218 right now. By channel from phone. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead and check out this. Alright, dude. What snooze are you snoozing? Captain extra strong. CD scripts. That's scripts. Verify Hazel Dur. Yep, all good. Let's regenerate the project. Reload. I think we should actually see the outline shader now, which is gonna be cool. Just gonna message Tim real quick. When we go to build sections, just duplicate the scene and modify section and modify the tiles. Then turn the, what was it called? Oh, that's awesome. That's actually really cool. The section container entity into a prefab. That's awesome. Although it's losing the prefab handles for some weird reason. But this actually looks epic. Oh yeah, the entire section container prefabs just shat the bed. But let's at least verify it still runs. Oh, nice. Now it's actually starting to look really good. Still not entirely sure about this whole text thing. All right. Gonna check the log to see if it says anything about prefab stuff. Yeah, Abdullah, it's gonna be free. Like it's a Let 'em Dare game. We can't charge money for it. Although, like, so it will be on itch.io, and like people can obviously donate money via itch if they want, but it's not required. Now you have your array to fix that. To fix that, Journal said. I don't know what you mean. Now the only problem is the animation. So I'll just write up here. But I'm gonna start by focusing on gameplay itself, not the details. Fix player Oh, yeah. I'm definitely gonna be testing that as well. But the thing is, I don't think why... Like, I don't see why it would be different in the runtime versus the editor. But I'm definitely gonna take a look at that. In fact, I might do that now. Not playing... yeah, just not playing it entirely. Let's see if I can do this. Start by going to project settings, scripting. No. I need to set the startup scene, which I don't think we can actually drag in. No, actually, if it's the prototyping scene, that's fine, because this is the prototyping scene. Then we do build shader pack. Build asset pack. Yeah, the whole line shade thing, or like the outline, looks amazing. Oh, so it reaches 100% and it doesn't disappear. Baxafox, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciate. Okay, so we've built it. Let's close. Go into the runtime. So right now it's trying to load that, but that doesn't really matter. Moon Code, thank you so much for the follow. Fuming Max, thank you so much for following. Disable for actual. Okay, but I'm not gonna do an actual dist build though, I don't think. Then we have the runtime layer. So if I just go set a startup, give it the dev hazel ld51 ld51.h proj, and we go and do start without debugging. Let's see. Like, if I can't get it to run, yeah. I don't know. I'm probably not gonna bother. Just because I don't think it's an actual performance issue. I think what was happening was it was just throwing exceptions because they shouldn't crash anymore, even in the runtime. So, yeah. Also, I'm not gonna count that as an actual crash. So, we need to be able to tell when the player should transition over from this section to this section, right? Now, if I just make the goal tile be this tile, script, goal tile, we need some way of transitioning. Meaning we actually need to know what the next section after this is gonna be. And I think it's perfect to basically chain these together. So under level section, I'll just have a public entity, next section entity. And we'll drag in this section. And where do we detect when we hit the goal? I think that's in the replicator. On target reached, we check if it's a goal tile. If it is, we basically need to effectively just move this player to the goal tile plus +1z, effectively. Right? So do we have a reference to the player in here? No, we don't. Maybe we should have some like way of telling the level manager instead. Right? Just do level manager dot cleared section. Because I think the level manager, yeah, it has both player entities. Public void cleared section. So, current section. Next section entity, if it has one. Otherwise, we've effectively beaten the game. We've beaten the game and cleared all sections. So if this happens, we effectively need to tell this to hide the level. We set current section equal to next section entity as level section. Then this should actually hide the sandbox as well. How did you do the not equal sign? You mean why it's like this? It's due to the font, right? I believe it's JetBrains. Yeah, I use JetBrains Mono, which does this. If you do like not equals, equals, it kind of joins them together, which I think looks really nice. Show level. It's effectively this. Now in onCreate, we actually need to do we need to do something here where we do level selection, level section equals that, while section equals that, not equal null. Well, let's do section next selection entity not equal null. I thought you defined not equal as not equals. I should get that font. Yeah, it's a really nice font actually. Right, let me do section. And effectively we just do section hide level, because we want to hide all sections except for the one at the start. So if I run, yeah, you can see we don't see any section because we're actually hiding this current section. So if we do this instead, While not, we hide it. Now, in this case, I think it's not gonna hide. Actually, I think it did. Oh, shit. Let's wait for it to do this. Yeah, they're ligatures. No, it's still... Well, hang on, let's pause. Take the camera. Yeah, it didn't actually hide it. Deadbit, thank you for following. And I think it's because... Let's do this instead. While section not equals null. That disappears after 1 second, which is what we want. We got a null. Weirdly enough, and I'm guessing it didn't hide. Yeah, it actually did hide. Stop. What's this? 29. Oh yeah, because if this doesn't exist, then that's a problem. Eddie redeeming hydrate. Because don't if this is null, that's a problem. Can I just do this? Yes. Generally speaking, I don't like this question mark dot operator. And Eddie is spamming the posture check, stretch, and posture check. I should limit those as well. Like I did with hydrate. But yeah, thank you for that. Okay. And I think if we just take the camera now, yeah, all good. I don't really mind the sandbox being there, to be honest. But that's actually really nice. What's up?
Ayo.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. So I imagine you're gonna be heading out soon, right?
Yeah, but temporarily.
Okay. You planning on
yeah,
doing?
I wasn't even gonna turn stream off. I was just gonna go home to pick some things up, I think. 'Cause I think I'm gonna end up sleeping at the office tonight.
Just like last time.
Yeah, it's like last time. But last time I didn't go home at all for the 3 days.
Damn.
Yeah, I will today.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be staying up probably all night, I imagine. Because I really want to get the gameplay stuff done. But I did want to show you something real quick.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's see. Share screen. There we go. So start off, in scenes, we now have a section template scene, which is literally this, right? And what you're going to be interested in when you're designing levels is the section container. That has the level, which is the actual level, and then sandbox, which we did mention we wanted to kind of have tiles there as well, right?
Yeah. So I've finished all of that.
Yeah. Inside of the level one, you have a bunch of rows, and it's just this. So you can go in, you can delete tiles, you can add whatever you want. You shouldn't have to touch any of these entities other than the section container at all.
Right.
And when you then want to create your prefab when you're done with your section, you just make a prefab out of the section container. And that should be everything you have to do.
Okay.
Now, I've set up the prototyping scene. And currently we have 2 sections. We have this first section, which is the start section. Then that basically just holds a reference to the next section that comes after it. And we'll have to go through and assign those. But currently, when I hit play, you can see we see everything like this.
Yep.
And if I take the camera and I look over here, you can see all of the other section levels have disappeared as well. Because I don't think they should be visible. Like, obviously, you can't see them either way. But I don't think they should be there until you reach the new sandbox.
Well, yeah.
However,
And
should we also hide the next sandbox?
well, I think that we should.
Because otherwise, if I just quickly move over here, when the camera shifts to this position, you can see the next sandbox.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was thinking, and again, like, see how your time is gone, see how your time management is gone, right? But this was my idea to kind of make the game cooler in a way. Is kind of the only thing you see on your screen at a time is just the one level that you're clearing, the one stage that you're clearing. And there's an animation for like disappearing the levels and an animation for the new level appearing.
Yeah.
Like a procedural, like through code animation. And yeah, so in that case, like the sandbox wouldn't need to be there, and only after you reach the goal, does the sandbox appear.
Yeah.
And by
Okay.
the way, is there any issue with the sandbox being tiles as well?
No, there shouldn't be. Like, the thing is,
Okay.
from the code's point of view, the sandbox only technically exists as like a boundary. If we go into the section here, you can see it knows about the sandbox entity, but I don't even think, yeah, it's not even used right now. So
Okay.
it's literally just graphical at the moment. But if we were to make it tiles, I could literally just duplicate this map, or make a different map that just holds the entities for the sandbox, and then we just go through and we can animate those.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, that's the only reason why we would need them anyway. I think, right? Just to animate, because from a logical point of view, it is just a graph. Like, there's nothing changes about it being tiled. Just
exactly.
aesthetics is the only thing. Okay. Cool. Well, how are you going for time in terms of, like, the assets will be done today, pushed, whatever, created, before I go to sleep, before I turn stream off today. And tomorrow the plan was for me to start working on puzzles, like make levels and stuff like that. Is that still something that you're happy for me to do, or is there something else you want me to do?
No, you can definitely go ahead and do that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't think we need anything extra in terms of art, unless like, yeah, the puzzles, like maybe traps you may need to make something. But I don't know, like, have you made like a pressure plate and that kind of stuff?
But to be honest, like, there's nothing to make. Like, I made just a 7-point tile kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like a septagon. But like, I don't even have any unique design ideas for it. It's just a pressure plate, you know?
Yeah.
And the goal I haven't made, but it's not anything that's gonna take me like longer than 5 minutes to model, I don't think.
Yeah, no, it's literally just a pole with a triangle on it or something.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking, yeah.
So I mean, in
I'm
that
working
case,
on cactus and
yeah, I think in that case we don't really need anything else. Like after you're finished with the assets you're currently working on. So you can definitely just start making puzzles and sections and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
After that.
Cool. Yeah, that's good then.
Yeah, because I'm probably gonna get the section sort of transitioning working at least like the most basic form of it is probably going to be working in like the next hour, I think, because it's like all of the code is already there. I just need to tie things together. And yeah, after that, I'm probably gonna fix the player. See if I can fix the player animation, because currently, you can see it doesn't actually play the animation
Yeah.
because I'm starting and stopping it so quickly that it doesn't have time. So I'm gonna fix that after I'm done with the section transitioning, and then probably I'll have a think if I have time to do the animation stuff for the section switching. I should have it. It shouldn't take long at all. And then literally just puzzle mechanics.
Okay.
And that
What do you mean by puzzle mechanics?
well, like detecting like when we go on a pressure plate and extending the bridge. I think that's like,
Oh,
but that's
yeah.
dead simple.
By the way, hopefully this is not anything too bad, but I implemented like implemented a bridge. I made a little bridge
Yeah.
that we could kind of use as a drawbridge kind of. It's the size. What's going on here? So I'm sharing my screen. So it's the size of 1/2 tile. So by making two of them and rotating it like 180 degrees around the y-axis or whatever, we could have like a drawbridge that's down, and then after the pressure plate is hit, it goes up.
Yeah.
So yeah, like if I don't know what you were thinking for the bridge, but that's something we can use potentially.
Yeah, definitely. I don't see
uh,
any problem with that at all.
Yeah, it should be pretty simple. Just a little bit more than just pushing a tile up from nowhere, because this one. But again, that's something that's just going to be in the level. And I think just on activation, just set the rotation or lerp the rotation rather to.
See Homestead,
needs to be.
Observer Herb, and Norbs. Thank you so much for following.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see any problem with that at all. That should be super simple to deal with.
Cool.
I will say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
You've made all of your tiles be 2x2 in terms of width and depth.
And I have to basically re-export every single tile anyway.
Yeah.
Do you want me to fix that?
Yeah, preferably, because I had to scale them down to be 1x1, because
Okay.
we basically expect coordinate 0 to be one tile and coordinate 1 to be one tile, so they're two separate. But if they're 2x2 meters, they're gonna take up 4 places instead of 1.
Right. Okay, so exactly half the dimensions they are.
Exactly half, at least for the X and Z.
Or, yeah. Y can stay. Or...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like the height itself can stay just fine.
Okay.
So that's kind of like the only thing.
Okay, that's no problem, because I got to re-export everything anyway.
Yeah.
Because I went through, changed the textures and whatnot.
Yeah. Cool. And aside from that, I don't think I have any other kind of issues with sizes or anything like that.
Okay. Cool.
Awesome.
No problem then.
Yeah. So I'm probably just gonna keep working all day and maybe all night. We'll see.
Okay. What's the time for you now?
It's 3:30 p.m.
Okay.
So probably gonna have dinner in like half an hour, and then come back.
Okay. Well then, yeah, I think I might just go home real quick.
Yeah.
Either get some stuff to sleep here or grab the keys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I think I'll be back basically within half an hour, and then finish models and stuff like that.
Cool.
After, I guess if the level, I can even probably start working on levels if I'm feeling like it today.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, well, that's
Alright.
all I had, so
Cool.
see you later.
Will do.
All right. Cool. What's the benefit of using C# as a scripting language versus C++? I understand you don't have to worry about memory, etc. But if you create good C++ API, wouldn't you be able to write more or less the same kind of code? Yeah. Like, the thing is that there is an argument to be made that C++ scripting could be made to work very similarly to C#. The thing is, though, I'm personally more of a fan of C# for scripting stuff because it's still like a full-on programming language. So you can still do whatever you want with it, but we can specifically design the API a bit easier, first of all, I think, because if we were doing C++ scripting, we'd have to import I think we'd have to basically import DLL functions manually, although I could be wrong about that. But generally speaking, I think C# is just better for scripting when it comes to generalized game engines. But yeah, like I don't see any. I personally have nothing against C++ scripting. It's just I prefer C#. And that's that playlist done. So let's switch to this playlist. All right, well, let's check the code. We are hiding the level, but we do want to hide the sandbox as well, which is going to be super easy. We just do that's it. And we should hide the sandbox. Pause. Yeah. You can no longer see that. Cool. That's done. Make sure player can transition to the next section. Here comes the interesting bit. In Level Manager, when we have cleared a section, we hide the current section's level. We probably want to do a hide sandbox as well. We set it to the next one, and we'll have to do show sandbox. Put on some nice jazz. I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of jazz. Well, I don't really have anything against jazz, but do this 0. But we can put on some jazz. Okay. Let's maybe start with this and see what it looks like when we beat the levels. So basically just go straight ahead. I'm actually gonna delete that for now. Then just go straight ahead. Okay, and we do see it. Awesome. It didn't hide the level properly. I'll have to go through and make sure we do that. Actually, what I'm gonna do, because I think part of the reason why it didn't hide everything was because we still had tiles to animate. Preferably, we actually want to clear the entire thing. We could actually... Eventually, we're obviously gonna want to... Eventually, we're gonna want to animate this, possibly. For now, what I'll do is on cleared, which first of all we do hide level, hide sandbox, destroy. Because that way we're actually saving memory usage. Invalid entry somewhere, so this might result in problems. No, it's fine. Yeah. Star Wars soundtrack is the best for programming sessions. Yeah, I can't play that. I would get banned because copyright and trademarks and shit like that. Okay. Once we've done this, we basically want to get the player entity translation, which how do we know where to set it? We could make it so that each section has to define a player start. So the player would maybe start, because it kind of has to be here. It can't be here. Because if it's here, then it wouldn't be mirrored properly, I don't think. Like if I set this to -20, for an example, we delete that, we do a rebuild, then I don't think it's gonna mirror correctly. Yeah, because you can see I can't move past, I can't move backwards, which is actually due to the level limit thing. So if I just comment that out, now I still can't move backwards. There's a null reference somewhere. Level manager 25. Didn't I fix that? Doesn't have a next section. That got removed. I still can't move backwards though. Because I didn't actually move the player. That's super annoying. -10. If I do this, I don't think it's gonna work out. No, because that starts moving in the wrong direction. Ooh, that's actually a good question. Because if I do want it to sort of be like this, which I think makes the most sense, then we wouldn't actually mirror anything. We basically have to flip these I think. Because if we do this, then it will still go in this direction. Yeah. What do you guys think? Would it, like, I think for section switching, it makes a lot more sense if the start is on this side and we move this guy over here. This guy moves over there. So I think this makes more sense if we let that play through. This makes more sense, although the FOV is weird. As opposed to us getting to here with this cube, and then the player all of a sudden ends up over here. My Visual Studio theme, it's the default theme that comes with Visual Assist. Is what that is. Just gonna send Tim a message, kind of illustrating what I mean. Yeah. And edit with the hydrate. I do think this starting position makes more sense. Now we have an invalid entity somewhere. That we're trying to get a component from. And I'm not sure where that's coming from. I wonder if I can quickly get it to just spew out the stack trace for that. Invalid, it's in has component. It's this. Right. Now, do we have a stack? I think we have in script utils. I know I added something related to stack trace. It's not that. It's not handle exception. Mm. I know there's like I can do system stack trace like that. Assuming we're caching that. We're not. Stack trace, system diagnostics, stack trace. Which has a toString that I can call, I think. Yep. So we can actually do that from C#. So if we go into entity as components, we say if it fails, so if this returns false, let's just do log error stack trace. Now we should see where that's coming from. It doesn't seem to be causing issues, but I don't trust it. Okay, let's check it. Stack trace. Level manager on create. Entity.as. Okay, so it's trying to get it as a script. Wait. That's coming from this bit. But this shouldn't get called if this is null. Okay, we have current section, which does have a next section entity. So we grab that. That also, that doesn't have a null. Section is now null. So it's trying to call .as t, and that tries to get component, script components, but it's okay. So it's getting called either way. Frank, what's up? Let's just do it. If section not equal null, else section equals null. And we're still getting it somehow. So I'm guessing this isn't null. So it has like a garbage. Okay, I know what's happening here. I know exactly what's happening. It's not null because it has basically an empty entity object. We can fix this by just doing if. Honestly, it's not gonna matter either way. But alright. So yeah, this way of doing it, so basically making this sort of the goal tile effectively, makes a lot more sense. Because then we do this and I need to fix that. And it's doing some weird ass shit there. This storage doesn't exist. Whatever. Don't know why it started crashing all of a sudden. Let's increment that crash count. I think Streamlabs is struggling when I'm building. Yep. We've reached 20 crashes. Ha! I just noticed Tim has a Sweden command, which links to my channel. GNF, thanks for the follow. I'm not gonna try and pronounce that because it's just gibberish. Okay. Well, you're no longer crashing. Thanks. Maxi Jew, thank you so much for the follow. Alright. So something was weird with the level camera pause got reset. All of that got reset. Eddie, oh my god, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. What an absolute legend. Let's just do this real quick. Right. Uh, 36.4, 50, 35.9. I mean, I think the normal camera position is fine. If you're on pause. Yeah, that's fine. So let's go up here. 36.4. $35.9. 32.4, 50, 26. So 32.4, 26.7. 26.7. And then 50. You good now? Okay, yeah, that's better. So, you know, what's this? Play replicator on update, which is actually coming from is gold tile. Because we reached the gold tile probably. Line something to do with components, because that didn't tell me. So it's coming from this. From level sections, we go into this. Hello? Okay, it won't navigate to it for me. Okay, Eddie sharing 35 bits. You got a lot of bits, man. I appreciate it. LibVM, thank you so much for the follow. Tony, I don't think Tim went to sleep. He's heading home to pick up some stuff, because I think he's planning on like sleeping in the office. Or maybe not even sleep at all. Why is this garbage not working anymore? Doesn't matter if Tim sleeps or not, he's already a legend. Yeah. It's okay. Something got horribly borked. I think it's time to continue making crap work. Yeah. Okay, so it's not. So I know why this is happening. It's because tile entity doesn't have a valid ID. Well, no, I think it's because it doesn't. But it should. Like, how do these tiles not have valid IDs? Something's horribly bugged. Like finishing the game in 32 hours. Yeah, it should be manageable. I mean, those errors aren't really breaking anything. Because all that ends up happening here is this is just, I guess, we can add this as a check. Not that that's really gonna change anything. Null. We get a null. From level manager 25, which is this. Is it not writing? It's probably because the prefab's broken. Or not. Edit with the posture check. Because it's just like it's an invalid entity. It's not an actual crash or exception. And now that's fucked up again. I think this is because of the prefabs. Open up section template. Because now it's a valid section. We'll call this start section. We'll drag this in again. Call it section container. We reference that there. Level manager, referencing start section. Save, hit play. Well, this one has to be offset 22. Marker redeemed. Posture check as well. Shut up and take my points. Yeah, pretty much. Well, that's not what I wanted. We're still getting this, but we're not getting the null reference thing. The camera looks correct. And yeah. I mean, now it's kind of just doing weird shit because it doesn't have a gold dial. So it tries to move. I'm so confused. Why is Hazel so broken? Yeah, the number of crashes continues to rise. And it's like the crashes are usually the kind of crashes that I can't fix because they're not easily reproducible. Okay. We know that the replicated player entity is virtually at the right position, only with a z difference, because we need to do z plus 1. To move the player across. So if I move the... Oh, we don't actually have a gold tile, I remembered. What ended up happening there? Why do you always break shit? So that we have shit to fix, basically. Why did that happen? Let's monitor the player's position. I think maybe we could be because of the target thing. And now the camera is in the wrong place again. Awesome. Well, entity appears to be somewhat valid. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's do a copy specifically. Might be that it's trying to destroy it even though it's technically been destroyed. You know what? What if we don't do destroy here? Cannot assign to a variable that's const. Yeah. Thing is, I kind of want to be safe about it and just do this. That way we're always getting the most up-to-date copy of it. Pro tip for next game jam, make the engine stable. Yeah. And now the prefabs are invalid. Magically. This is so weird. Oh, hang on. Pause. Okay. Where's player? -1. Yes, I think I think we have a target position that we're not updating. But okay. Progress. I think destroying the script or destroying the entity on clear is a mistake. We don't talk about hazard, okay, so just shut up about it. Yeah. Now, I think we do this. Does this have a reference to the player? No, it doesn't. Doesn't care about the player. This does have a reference to the player, so I guess set because I think what ends up happening is we clear the stage, we set the translation, and then we end up lerping directly back to the target location. Okay. Yep. All good. Now these show up again. But at least this level shouldn't show up. Okay. Because we're doing that garbage. Now we also need to set this entity to be there. If I was absolutely certain that we wouldn't have variable sized levels, I could just add a fixed value to the position. Why is the prefab red? Because it, for some reason, thinks that the prefab doesn't exist. If I go into application, we turn on advanced mode, we can actually inspect the prefab ID, and you can see it's 385. And then take a look in the asset manager, add section container, no, test section. This is the handle it should be referencing. Worship the sofa, followed. Yeah, sure, thanks for the follow. So it basically should be referencing that. Same thing with this. Now you can see they're fixed. So I can fix it. It's just very painful. And yeah. We don't even know like why that's happening. Because the thing is, if I go into sections and I drag out test section, you can see it immediately is referencing the wrong thing. Meaning, what I think is happening is the asset handle of test section or the file is being regenerated, even though it shouldn't be. I'm actually gonna send Jan a message. Okay. If we know where the goal tile of this is, maybe we should have a tile, basically a script that indicates the start tile. Swift is going to go burn now. Jesus, Swift. To be honest, I think it could be worth doing that. Now, these also have technically the wrong prefab handle being referenced. Fine, I'll go through and I'll fix them. It's whatever. Copy that. Pick all of these. Paste, enter. Expand literally every row. Close that. Expand every single row again. And select all of these guys. And I did forget to do that for this one. Okay. Control S. It's like Python, but better. Yeah. I'm gonna keep advanced mode on. And let's go under scripts. Add a new script. Start tile. Create. Reload. Let it redo some stuff. Let's do that. Because that way we can actually use this script as well to determine the start tile of each sandbox. Because this is going to be made up of tiles as well, eventually. But what I can do here, basically say, okay, I want the start tile to be here, for an example, right? So I literally just add a script. Level start tile. Save. Go into level section. Vector 3. Get a level start tile pulse. Which is pretty much just gonna go through all of the tiles. Check if tile data, tile entity is it's not null, and it is a level start tile. Transform. World transform position. Otherwise return. Crap, can't do that. I don't know, vector 3.0. Then in level manager, we'll do this. I'll do. That. What version of C# does Hazel use? .NET Framework 4.7.2, I think, if I remember it correctly. Ah, yes. We need to update the body type. Make it static to freeze it. Oh, Tim's back. What happened here? That's very interesting. It's just us this. Guessing maybe this turns something weird. So translation is 5,10. It should be something not like that. Yeah, Aceless crashed quite a bit. Oh, wait, 5. Okay, so it's, but the Y is wrong. Yeah. Okay. And I'm guessing it also has a target position that we need to update. Probably. Meaning this should actually be in player base. Set target position to its own translation. Then yeah, whatever. Let's just do new vector 3. Set white 0. Go over here. I think what could be happening here is we run this code, then it tries to execute the next move as well. Replicator. So there's actually a few things we have to do besides just setting the translation. Koala the sailor, thank you so much for following. So we need to do this. We also need it to clear its moves. Basically clear all of the recorded moves. No, it should do that automatically. Because we call cleared section from in here. So let's watch its position here. Yeah, I didn't see it change. Five, 10, which is correct. Five, 22, which I think is also correct. So we set the new replicator translation. Then we set it to that. 5, 22, 0. Where are we? What's happening here? Let's kill it. It died. It died a weird death. All right. Either way, I'm gonna be taking a break because I have to make some dinner. And then I'll come back to this later on. I'll probably be back in like half an hour to 40 minutes. But in the meantime, you guys can go over and check Tim's stream and say hello from me. So yeah, I'll be back in half an hour to 40 minutes, maybe an hour, we'll see. And GI Troll, thank you so much for following. So see you guys later. All right. I am done with dinner. So let's get back to work and try and figure out why the hell the replicator isn't. Shut up, Tony. Trying to figure out why the replicator position isn't working.
Battery fully charged.
So that's this. Yeah, I can actually just get rid of this, by the way. I trained immediately. We disable replication. We clear our moves. Let's try this. We have a start tile. I actually kind of like what the animation's doing to the look of the cube. So 5,10, that's us. Five comma 10, which is our target. We clear our recorded moves completely. Set tile timer to 0. We disable replication. We tile the level. We cleared it. We update the player and the player replicator to 522. Then set the body type, which is now static, and target position, which... Oh! What's up here? Translation's not correct here. Base. That should be 5,22. But it's not. Cheer Wizard, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Let's do this again. So we hit this. We clear our moves. Clear tile timer. If we look at translation right now, what is it? Five comma 10. We go in here. We check this. 1766 is the ID there. 1766, so it's corresponding to the correct entity. That's no good. The new translation should be 522. We change it to 5022. Translation is 000. What? Makazox, thank you so much for following. How did this become 000 here? Can I not move back? No, I guess not. That's very odd. Let's try this again, but I'm gonna change my approach a bit. I already have one there. That's fine. Because I don't think the translation... The hell would cause it to become zeroed out? That doesn't make any sense. Breakpoint. Okay. Check our own translation. So our target location is our current location. Okay, let's do this. Where do we have... Put a breakpoint there. That way I can detect whenever something changed the translation. We clear. This is which entity? That's not us. That's the sandbox, that's fine. Because that's hiding the sandbox. Again, I think this is a tile. Okay. Because that's happening from uncleared, basically. Let's go and place that back there. Because this still shouldn't have 0, 0, 0. Yeah, it doesn't. Good. So we grab the current... Oh, wait, hang on. That's null all of a sudden? The hell? Why is that null? Let's see if we get that again. No, we don't. Okay, translation's fine. Oh, we're updating the body type. And that causes... Yeah... Wait, what? Why would it... Okay. Because we remove the actor and then we recreate it. Yeah, that's basically how I'm feeling right now, Frank. We create the actor with the entity. It shouldn't have an existing actor. So we call this. But okay. Yeah, I'm getting what's going on here. Okay. That realistically just means we have to do this. That's the fix. Yeah, pretty much, Tony. Immediately question it. Now it should be fine. So you have to be careful with updating body types, I guess. Multi-heap corruption, poisoning, crash, whatever. Awesome. Heap corruption's horrible to debug. 5,10. We update it. No, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to... translation. 522. Because I guess it's the debugger is. Wait, what? Hang on. No, that didn't fix it? Quiet Turtle, thank you so much for the follow. What ended up happening there? Did I not do a rebuild? I'm thinking maybe I didn't do a rebuild. I didn't do a rebuild. God. Looking promising. Hey. Did it even work with the camera? Like, did the camera code work? I think so. Yeah, it looks like it did. Until it reset. Okay, so the camera didn't actually work, it just looked like it did, briefly. That's fine. Now, basically what we need to have happen after this is we need to end. We need to do what Time Manager is doing. We need to call reset on Time Manager. Do we have the Time Manager? No, but we can assume it's going to exist. Excuse me. Time Manager as Time Manager. Which I think should be fine. Yep, should be fine because we don't use level manager in here. And then... No, I don't want this in here. I want this in cleared section. So we do that. Move this down there. Yep. We reset. We want a Hazel Crash. You're not getting one. Wow, I shouldn't say that. You might be getting one. Okay. So that should fix the time thing. Except it didn't. Because this still has... Well, no, it did, but it didn't switch back control to the player itself. So we reset the time. We need to do... player set input enabled to true. We need to do replicator. Hang on, are we already doing that? Yeah, we're already setting replicate to false. Just need to update for the player as well. Then it's time manager. We basically need the time manager to switch its state. Switch text display, which is gonna do this code. Because we've called reset, this is false. This is 10. So we have to go in and do this. So we reset, which should probably just call switch text display as well. So when we do hit the goal, we should see this cube get the text back. And it should start counting down again. Yeah. Holy crap. Now we also need to update the camera view. Because currently it doesn't do that at all. The thing that's controlling the camera is... what exactly? It's the section. Right? Level section. Shift camera position. So... there we need to call... it's private. Shift. Both. We're not going to be targeting the replicator. Okay, so it sort of worked, but sort of not. What happens now then? Nothing. We just don't shift the camera. I think... what will this do? Because every section is offset in the Z direction. This looks fine. This doesn't look fine. We may have to go through and basically just tell this that its target camera position is going to be elsewhere. So where's the camera right now? Way up in the sky. So if we do this, 50? 52, maybe? That advanced it by 12. So let's do, what's 52 plus 12? That's 64. Let's try this. That looked like it worked, but was there like a massive delay on it? Goes through there. Yeah. What's up with this? Wait, what? Wait, what? Is it this? So bizarre. That looked more like it worked. Although it was still weird. Yeah, I mean, the camera is obviously not correctly placed. It's at 39. Whereas I told it to not be there. Told it to be at 50 and 64. Which is weird. So bizarre. The camera isn't parented to anything. What if we do this? If, well, try this. Literally just what happened there? All right. Something feels fucky. Something definitely feels weird. True. Meaning level camera pose. $32. 50, 38. Aha, interesting. I get it. I think I know exactly what's happening. Where are we doing that? Aha! See, but all the sections would subscribe to that. Meaning every one of them would set it and then alter the camera position. So let's bring that code back. Do we have... Okay, so I think in show level, we do that. And in hide level, we need to unsubscribe. Well, Tony, you got your wish. Bring it up to 22. I think it has to do with the debugger. And Tony wants me to stretch. Yeah, I think it has something to do with the debugger. Or some shit like that. Now I'm actually getting kind of scared to rebuild. But now it should do what I want it to do, I think. Maybe. Yeah, I can't have it be there, actually. It's more like we only want this to be a thing for the active section. Right? And it's a function that should only be called when this happens. So on cleared, for example. That should only ever be called from there. Meaning here, we can unsub from it. Georgie Arn, thank you so much for the follow. Then we call a show sandbox. Things though, I think we do that from multiple places. No, we don't. Michael Jackson's pronouns are he. Probably didn't even say that correctly, but whatever. Okay, this should work. Actually, this won't work right now. Yeah, but that's a simple thing. Is it simple? Now it should do it. Well, did it? It's better, but it's still not good. Call this for the current one. which subscribes shift camera position. Let's put a breakpoint in here and do debug, which is very dangerous apparently. True, and that's coming from time manager on update. That's fine. And we don't hit it again. But it still didn't go to the level camera pose. $38.2. No, it actually did go there. No, that's 28. 38. So it didn't. Even though we updated it. Let's try that again. See what happens here. Got reset? How did that get reset? His camera target pose is again 26. Like that's this didn't get called. Shouldn't have called on create. Unless it did. Because it's 26.7. 26.7. What the fuck is happening here? Yeah, that's correct. And yet somehow it's getting fucked. We call this again, and that's fine. No, it's not. No, because it's still updating. This is still getting called for every section. I know exactly what's going on here. Fail. Let's actually have this be just a regular property so it doesn't appear. Well, we can just have it be this. To be honest, I don't care. We will assume that every section is not active by default. Then in level manager, current section dot is active equals true. When we go in clear, is active equals false. Is active equals true. Yeah, whatever. Go away. It's now in the correct place. Go there. Haha! Yes! Beautiful. Oh, that's so nice to see. Thank God. Let's see if I can get Tim on a call. Show him what we've done. That's nice. Thanks, Frank. That was annoying. Barra dude, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I forgot Tim doesn't get notifications when you call him. Because yeah, I think he may be on Do Not Disturb. Is it going to be more like a puzzle game or adventure? I think we're kind of trying to go for a puzzle game. Yo. Hello?
Hey, how you going?
Going good. I actually got something really cool to show you.
Yeah?
Yeah. Let's see. Sharing my screen, and I'm gonna hit play. And let's just wait for the move to finish. You can ignore the error in the console, it's doesn't matter. When it hits the go, that was this section transition.
Awesome.
So the camera like shifted over, and this is now a fully playable area. And it also works for the level camera.
Right.
Now, I'm gonna see if I can kind of automate where the camera's gonna end up based on the position of the actual section, because currently we have to define both positions for every section in world coordinates.
Right.
So I would like it if I could, where we shift the camera position, just say add our own Z to it. Thing is though, I don't think that's gonna necessarily work perfectly.
Is the player in world coordinates?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where am I? You tired?
I don't know, not yet, but I know I want to sleep because, well, I want to do the last 24 hours like nonstop.
Yeah.
And there's only 6 hours before that starts, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah. It would be nice to do the last 24 hours just as a single stream. But for me, that would. Oh, yeah, that works. Okay.
Cool.
I just automated that. Shit. That's. I didn't think. Hang on. I gotta check something though. Will it work when it switches back? Yeah. What?
That's sick.
Damn. Okay, so I can basically come in here and just define these as sort of hard coding. So you don't actually, because
Yeah,
otherwise,
that's awesome.
otherwise you'll have to specify the same values for every section.
Mm-hmm.
Crap. I didn't think that would work actually.
Cool. No, that's awesome. That's looking sick.
Yeah, and so I've made a couple of changes that you're gonna have to kind of deal with when you're building out a level. So the goal tile. Thank you, the alchemist, for following. The goal tile you have to add the goal tile script to, and that just acts as a tag basically.
Okay.
And then for the next section, you need to add a level start script to the tile that the replicator should move to.
It can be any tile?
Yeah, it can be any tile, although if I remove it from that one and say make it in the center, I think, let's see, start. Then also I made it so the player actually starts over here because otherwise it ends up being a bit janky when you're switching. Because
Okay.
yeah, so it can be any tile you want because you can see it's over there now. You can barely see it. But if I move over here, like that could actually be kind of an interesting thing. Because it started in the middle, when I moved the entire distance here, it would walk off. The problem is you can't get it to walk in this direction in that case. If it starts in the middle.
Yeah, because then you'd kind of have to put it in the sandbox. You'd have to put a relative in the exact spot.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I put the player over here now, because if we were to walk the player all the way across, this one ends up at the goal tile and goes, say, here. The player would then have to basically just teleport from this position over here to this position over here. Whereas if we have it start at the actual edge, we can almost make it look a bit linear, right? So we could like play the player animation when it hits the goal for the replicator. So the replicator would play the animation when it gets here. We would then move this player over here and have that play the animation in reverse to kind of make it look like it kind of shifted over.
Okay. I think that would be cool. But I guess it doesn't really ever make sense to put it in the center.
Yeah.
Like, it could be just a constraint. Like, you have to go from one section to the other, and the goal will always be in the last row, and the start will always be in the first row. Like, I think that's okay as
Yeah.
like a constraint for level building,
Yeah.
because there's still a lot you can do within that. Like, that doesn't really mean anything.
Oh, definitely. And like you can even make it as long as the player and the replicator starts in the same. I mean, technically it's column here, but as long as they start on the same, I think x-axis. Yeah, as long as they start on the same x-axis and in the first row, then that's perfectly fine. You can move anywhere on the board.
Okay.
So that's just a little something we have to keep in mind.
Okay. But I feel like it's better for the player and the replicator to be on the same spot. What do you think, or not really?
So this effectively?
No. Sorry, I meant like the same column or whatever it is, the same row and column.
Yeah.
In respective to both grids.
Yeah.
Like, that's the most intuitive thing, right?
So basically this, like.
Yeah.
And if the player starts in the second, if the player starts here, the replicator would start on this tile.
Yep.
Yeah, I definitely think that makes a lot of sense.
Well, I think that'll make just the game more playable. Like, it'll be easier to understand what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. And if so yeah, I mean that just basically means I have created a script called sandbox start tile, which I would like to make it so that once we actually have these sandbox areas be tiles, you can specify that script on a single tile, and that's where it will start. And all you'd have to really make sure is that the start script for the sandbox and the start script for the level are kind of relative to the grid in the same place.
Okay. Well, yeah. That what are those grids anyway? Is it a list, or how are you keeping track of the index and the row and the column and whatnot?
I am literally just each section tracks its own tiles.
Okay.
And it's a dictionary, so like a map.
Yeah.
That just maps from a tile key, which just stores the X and Z position.
Okay.
They store it in world coordinates.
Right.
Because otherwise you end up with so many problems. So that's
because they're all parent. Yeah, there's like nested parenting and stuff going on. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
So in theory, like, we can just handle whatever.
And I guess to just to replicate the whole like sandbox starting position and transfer it to the replicating starting position, you just have to take care of well, it's either the X or the Z. The X will be identical, and the Z will be offset by the width of the map, and that's it, right?
Yeah. So the way I'm doing it right now, if we go, I think it's level manager. We get the position of the replicated player, right, which is the goal position effectively. Then we just add one to the Z, and that becomes the new player position.
Right on.
Because that way, if the goal is here, the player would end up here. If it's here, we end up here.
Okay.
Cool. Technically, I could automate the start of the level as well. What
do you mean by
that? So basically, if we set the goal to be on this tile, then because we have the constraint of the player and the replicator having to be in the same tile relative to their grid, the start would be here, and then the start of the level would have to be this tile
Mm-hmm.
if we follow that constraint. And that means I can just offset it, automatically add, say, I don't know, how much is this? Like 20 to the Z, or like
Mm-hmm.
the length of the map. I'd just add
Right.
that.
Yeah, actually on that, by the way, do we care about how long the level is?
Not right
Is
now.
it not right now? But do we want to care?
I don't know. The one thing I can see is potentially. Yeah, no, because that doesn't actually. I mean, the one thing that it might matter for is the camera.
Well, but also the size of the sandbox, right? Because the size of the sandbox has to match the size of the level.
Yeah, that too. Because like if the sandbox and the level itself were bigger than this, we'd have to
Mm-hmm.
adjust the camera position a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't think is necessarily the worst thing in the world. Because again, I could probably just expose those camera positions again and
Mm-hmm.
have each section just set them to something different.
Right.
Like it basically would only need to change it if the size of the level differs from what we kind of have by default.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess I'm just wondering for when I start making levels tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or whenever that is. Yeah, I'm just wondering, am I constrained by the size of what we have right now? So I guess the short answer to that is yes, right?
Yeah, effectively. Right now, that's definitely
Okay.
the case. If we really feel like we want to have some differently sized levels, we can change it up so that we can deal with that. So yeah.
Okay, wait, and I have a question. So for the biomes, I've been making kind of like one death tile and one save tile.
Hmm?
At the moment, the player only dies if he kind of walks off the edge, right? There's no other death
Yeah,
scenario for
no.
the player.
There's no way for the player to die except falling off.
And how is he falling off? Is he just detecting that does he know that there's no tile, or is it like a raycast of a certain length, or
No, what
what's
we're
going on?
doing is in the base class for both players, we just check if the y of the position is below or equal to -5.
Uh-huh.
In which case the player will die.
And we always move tiles. How do we move the tiles up?
The tiles
How
get
do...
moved up in level section class.
Uh-huh.
Either by doing show level, which will kind of teleport everything up instantly, so no animation.
Yep.
Or you can just call show tile, pass in a coordinate, and it will add it to a list of tiles to animate.
Uh-huh.
You can also just call show neighboring tiles, which is what we're currently doing, and that will just animate all of the tiles around the game position.
I guess my question is, it lerps them to 0, right? From wherever they are to 0.
Yes.
Okay. And so, and how does the physics work with the player? Is the player a physics entity even?
They are. The only reason why they are is so that they get kind of pushed down as far as they can by gravity.
Okay.
And so that they can actually like properly fall off. Right?
Right. So I have, and this is good that I talked to you about this now, but I'm exporting the tiles that will kill the player, right?
Yep.
And I kind of thought of making them a little bit lower than the normal tiles.
Yeah.
so that when the neighboring tiles are shown, you would see them, but you would clearly see them that they're below of where you're standing, meaning they're like unsafe or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I'm just wondering that if the player would be able to walk off onto those, how much shorter they need to be for the player to die.
They would have to be at y -5, and these are at
-5.
y0.
Mhm.
So, okay, I just duplicated the entire thing apparently.
And scaled it down. That's funny.
It's just so down here basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's quite a distance. We could obviously increase so that it can be closer up if we want. We can make it lower, like anything works.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should decrease it a little bit, not -5, but something less, just so that you can clearly see those tiles when they pop up.
Yeah, like we could even make it like -1.
Right. Well, yeah, that would be cool. That would
Realistically,
be cool.
because then you can very clearly see that tile. If I move it,
Mhm.
let's keep it there. Like it's visible. And either way, you're
Mhm.
gonna see that there's a hole.
Yep. Yep. Cool. Okay. Well, that's great that you've done it that way. Then that should be really easy for when I'm building out the levels.
Yeah.
Basically, just make everything like a sure, dangerous tiles are a little bit lower than safe tiles. That's it. That's all I have to do.
Yeah.
Cool.
I just have to check because it's possible that the replicator will go down a bit. No, it's fine. Cool. Awesome. Are you going to be pushing anything to the repo?
I was planning on it, yeah.
Okay, because
I can hold off if you want.
Yeah, because I was thinking of pushing the stuff that I've been working on.
But for me, it's just going to be asset registry and just a bunch of creation files. Like, I'm not changing anything in the scene or anything like that.
Yeah. Cool. I'll go ahead and just push this stuff immediately then. And yeah, prefabs are weird. I've noticed.
Are they?
Yeah. Because the reason I'm saying that is because sometimes the prefabs just lose their prefab reference, or they're referencing the wrong prefab. So the prefab ID isn't correct. And what I think is happening is the asset handle for the actual prefab is being regenerated.
I know for a fact that Jan didn't fix them 100%.
Yeah.
Like when he fixed them, it was kind of like a just a bare minimum fix, but there's like issues that he's aware of that never got fixed.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't that easy to fix them. So it could be that you're just running into that.
Yeah, and I think it has to do with like the file system changing or something like that, that causes problems. And I think we even talked about that quite a while back, that some things that you do with the file system causes the asset manager to regenerate the handle for that asset. So I think it's possible that's what I'm running into.
Okay. Is it often that this stuff's happening?
No. I've had it happen with the player prefab that you originally created, and I ended up replacing that completely either way. And the section has it happened like once. No, 2 times it's happened with the section prefab.
Okay.
So
yeah, because I mean I have had prefab references break as well. And yeah, I just usually just go through and change it, like find the correct prefab ID in the asset registry and just replace it in the component.
Yeah, because I basically run with the advanced mode enabled all the time now.
Yeah, same.
Because I don't trust our code.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. Then yeah, I'm gonna push all the assets really.
Yeah.
I don't see myself needing to make any more. I can if we need be, but I think I've made basically everything. Goal, pressure plate, bridge, all the tiles, all the like biome tiles,
Yeah.
and that's it. If player needs more animations or anything like that, I can make that, of course. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think we're pretty good in terms of assets now.
cool. Then yeah, my plan is basically just to push that, adjust that, fix the heights and stuff like that, and then yeah, finish off for tonight. I think
Yeah.
to get a couple of hours of sleep.
Cool. We'll see if I'm still awake by the time you wake up.
I reckon you will be. I'm only gonna sleep like 3-4 hours, I think.
Okay, yeah, then I'm definitely gonna be awake because it's 6 p.m. and I'm not planning to go. I'm going to bed for quite a while.
Yeah. Well, it depends. Those are my plans. I don't know if I'll be able to actually sleep that little because I only slept 3 hours last night as well. So
Damn. Yeah.
going hard.
I usually try and get at least 7 or 8.
No, me too. Usually yes, but it's a lot of them.
Yeah. I'm still like I don't give a shit. I'm gonna sleep.
Fair enough.
Otherwise, I mean, I do feel like since I'm actually writing code and dealing with the logic, if I don't sleep, I'm
it's more
just
necessary
gonna
for you.
yeah,
You have to think about it, of course.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
No, like in your case, I would definitely be doing the same. I think.
Yeah.
But yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Awesome.
All
Well,
right, then yeah, I'll pull your changes, and
sounds
then
good.
push my assets when that's done.
Yep.
Cool.
Awesome. All right. Well, see you later.
See ya.
Okay. Cool. Tim is an absolute madman. Hmm. Okay. I'm just gonna go in and push. I'm not gonna have like a proper description or anything. I want to make sure though that I don't override someone's changes. All right, we're good. Commit and push. Have it in an engine stove. Yes, but nothing that should impact Tim, but I'm probably still gonna have to push it. Just to be safe. I'm not gonna push that. I'm not gonna push that. I do have to push that. Fixed a scripting crash. Okay. All right. That's done. The player can now transition to a new scene or to a section and jump in line with the hydration. Appreciate it. Need to get some more water soon. Yeah, I did a cooldown. Sorry, Jump Line, but people just kept spamming too much. I really did need to limit it. Yeah, you can do posture check. If you want to dump some points, I think you can do it on that one. And stretch. I'm not gonna do it multiple times though. But if you want to dump some points, feel free. Merlin, I'm using Notion. It's actually really good, I think. Right. Player animations currently doesn't play completely. And the reason is just I'm stopping the animation. Am I only doing this for the keyboard player? Yes, I am. So now it actually does play it. Yeah, Ravicat, this is our own game engine that we made. Well, currently are making. I'm gonna get some water, so I'll be back. And yeah, as Frank said, the engine's called Hazel, so. Now, is there any way for me to get... So I can get the animation to play faster? Animation time. That's when we're going to start. So I'm gonna say animation time. I think it's 0 to 1. So let's start 0.1 every time that we move. Let's try this. See what this looks like. Whoops. Yeah, I don't really like the way that looks. Okay. Maybe start a quarter of the way. I actually kind of like that. Because this sort of looks like he's jumping. Hmm. That animation was rotated to the direction cube moved. Maybe it could look like shifting in pieces. This would rotate it around the x-axis. No, I don't like that. But what if we did? Nah. The animation itself doesn't really work for that, I don't think. Sadly. If it was if it was animated slightly differently, it could work and it will look probably pretty damn cool. But I think Tim made this animation to kind of look like a jump. And I actually think that what the settings we have now looks really good. We can try doing even slower, but I don't think... Yeah, no. Going slower and it doesn't look quite as good, I don't think. Here it looks very much like it's jumping. Now the replicator doesn't do this. 5 animation components gonna be in player base. I guess both players are gonna have it. Where do we pop the move? Here. Let's try that. See what it looks like. I mean, it doesn't look awful. It does add a little bit of it adds, I don't know, just a little, it breaks up the scene a little. I think it looks better for the actual keyboard player. Oh, I accidentally reached the goal. Cool. Now, we do have time to do this animation of the level, I think. So, it would be really cool to animate the levels when we get done. Oh yeah, I kind of have to do this as well. Let's try this. See if that breaks everything. It does, yeah. Let's just see what we actually ended up hitting there. Stop that. We ended up hitting the floor tile. So what I could do to kind of avoid that is shift the raycast up a bit. Effectively doing ray location, which is going to be that. Ray location dot y plus equals like 0.25. Why did I remove that load? Yeah, and now we're no longer hitting the floor as it comes up. But if I were to take, let's close down those sections. If I were to just have a random cube, say here. .5. Then we wouldn't be able to go through that. Yeah. Because it hits the cube. Now, I'm probably gonna Let's check the distance as well. Distance. Because I think if the distance is like greater than 1, we can still move across. And it is slightly greater than 1. And we, like, very clearly we do have room to go into that tile. So I think... No, screw you. If hit distance is less than exactly 1.0, then we need to stop. No, wait, I screwed it up. Let's just go right. So now it should actually go into the tile, but then stop. And it does. And if we just pause real quick, we do Alt-C, which was a mistake. But we can tell, like, it very clearly fit. Now, how many is that? 1, 2, 3. So if we go 4, and then to the left, should be fine, I think. Yeah. So you can still navigate around it. Awesome. We can actually reduce this a bit. Because if... I think I can just do that. Yeah. Because the only way we get here is if hit actually has been filled. Tiger Khan, thank you so much for the follow. Cocodora, what's up? Okay, so we have that. Let's maybe see if we can get the animation stuff to work. I don't know. I don't know if that's necessary. It would be cool as hell. That would be under level manager, I think. Yeah, when we clear the section, we effectively want to animate the old section out. And I think Tim was kind of talking about having just the tiles here pick a random direction. Tony redeeming posture check. Basically just have them pick a random direction and lerp out. Shit, what was that at? -5. Yeah, let's try it. So we go into unclear. We do have tile animation. here. But they are animating to Y0. To be honest, we could very easily modify this to kind of support animating both to Y0 and to any other position. If we come up here, we have a private class. Tile animation info. We would have the tile entity. Let's actually have tile data and a public vector3 target location. Tiles to animate will contain animation.info. And in here, we simply add new tile animation info with data equals tile data. Target location is gonna be tile data. It's gonna be a new vector3 with x. No, tile x 0, tile C. I think I found the issue of the heap corruption, missing 1 + 1. How the hell does that cause a heap corruption? Then we just go through tile animation info. The target location we already know. It's going to be animation info target location. Data. Oh yeah, I don't have a time command. It's currently 20 minutes to how do I do 12-hour clocks? 6:44 p.m. If you're okay, let's like. Ah, I see. Yeah, I've done that as well. Yeah. Not sure if that's what we want, but... So, okay. This should basically look exactly the same. So we see them, then they disappear. Yeah, although that animation time's weird. What's tile animation speed set to? Five. Try having it. Going 2. Maybe. Let's see. Still looked very, very quick. That looks way too quick. But I guess it could be because of the distance. Yeah. Let's maybe reduce the distance to like -25. Because I think because it's such a great distance, it just has to go super fast. Okay, good, we can't see them. What about when we switch the camera? That's more manageable, but it's still incredibly quickly. That actually looked kind of nice. Except for the one in the back there, which didn't quite want to come up. Move a couple to the right and then move forward a bit. So we can see it happening. Yeah, that looks much better. So 0.5. That looked a lot better. And we should check that it looks nice with several sections. Okay. Go away. For a second, I was confused why the decimal point was a comma. Before I realized the use of comma for decimal point in Europe. Yeah. This game suits the with Mystery Jazz soundtrack. Yeah. You know what? I would actually be inclined to agree. Okay. Yeah. We need it to be further down than -25. Because that was still visible. Although that won't actually matter if we're gonna be moving them. Okay. We now have a system that can animate them to any location we want. Meaning, instead of this, let's have it hide the sandbox, but don't hide the level. Instead, go through each file data in file entities dot values, and we're gonna want tiles to animate, add. We're gonna want an animation info here. Tile animation info. Data, data. And then the location, right? Need to check. Go away. If I create a cube that is positive Z, so we cannot animate them in the backwards direction because positive Z is backwards in Hazel. Right, we go to vector 3. It has to be, because forward is -1. It can be forward, right, or left, or up and down. But essentially, C has to always be negative. Now, what would a good way be to pick a random direction? I'm gonna do something, and I don't think we actually need to do this in engine. In fact, I'm gonna not do that. I'm gonna just do private vector 3, pick random direction, params vector 3 array, directions, return directions, add ASL random range from 0 to directions.length. And the reason why I'm making that into a function is because I'm just gonna do Bonnie Montana, what's up? Pick random direction. LD is coming along really nicely. Let's do vector 3 forward, left, right, up, down. Alright, this is gonna be a random direction. Direction. It's gonna do that. Yeah, no, it's actually coming along really well. Can show you the game here. If we get rid of the cube, we're pretty much done when it comes to game. Well, we're not done when it comes to gameplay, but we are able to. We don't have much gameplay left. It's pretty much just dealing with the puzzles and the traps. Minutes since last Hazel crash. I think Tim actually had like that, but in hours during last Let Him Dare. But I don't know. I think crash counter is better, especially since I had 8 crashes in the first hour alone. And our target location here is gonna be direction multiplied by some value, right? So random float, which will be 0 to 1. Let's add 1 at all times, but multiplied by, I don't know, 50. Put Churner to work. Exactly. Let's see what this looks like. Doesn't actually look like anything, because I think we stopped updating if we're not currently active. Yeah. Would it be fine to do this even if we're not active? The actual tile animation? I mean, if we just do this and we take the camera, We take a peek over here. Okay, so they look fine. If we do this, oh, my brain just broke. What? That was something. Jesus. I mean, it works, but I kind of want them to go further. Because they were way too visible. Jesus, that actually broke my brain. Why do these guys stop? I've been noticing that those seem to just stick around. No, actually, the kind of edge shader, it's a bit more complicated than just having a wireframe. It's basically like I don't know exactly how it works because I didn't look when Jan did it. I think he basically stole it, except not really stole it. He did actually change it a bit. Post-processing, edge detection. Yeah, the blocks can collide with each other, which I guess could be what's happening here. Well, actually, they shouldn't be, because they would be static, rigid bodies, and to my knowledge, static rigid bodies don't actually need, like, they don't do any kind of collision detection at all. It's dynamic entities that do collision detection with static ones. But the thing is, even if I don't do the animation, there's still something weird when if I go back to just hiding the level like we used to do. Those particular ones act a bit weird. If we have a look in here when we complete the level, you can see they still, for some reason, magically appear. So I'm actually wondering what's causing that. Let's actually do the one thing I am afraid of doing, which is to debug using the actual debugger. Because I want to check the state of the actual section. Because it's possible they're being animated. Yes, I think they are. Also, that's a huge number. Yeah, the whole animation thing is a bit broken. At least the way we clear animations. I think first of all, we're never setting this to 0. And I don't know if that will actually fix it. Let's do another breakpoint. There. That's still an insane number. Wait a minute. Hold up. I'm doing something fucky here. This doesn't exclude it from this though. Because we never do a check. I forgot to attach the debugger. God damn it. Attach. I mean, it's still happening, but I just want to verify that the animation, like finished animation count is correct. $121, whereas this has 1,000 entries. Yeah, to be honest, this doesn't make much sense at all. Let's pause. Because take the camera and just scooch it along. Because we have, what's this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 32-ish tiles. It's nowhere near 300, or like 100 even. And this is a, I think 11 by 11 grid. 121. Isn't that the exact same value we had in here? Yeah. Oh, okay. 121, but why do we have so many in this map? Because we should check that we've done that. Because we add them in show tile if we're animating. That's it. Right now, that's the only place we're adding it. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that. Well, what about the next stages? Well, I mean, right now the next stages doesn't really matter because, like, if the animation stuff doesn't, well, I mean, okay, here's the thing: it works. They do animate, but they keep animating, even when we are supposed to not animate in uncleared. So I guess what I could actually do here. Yes, that's a hack. This could potentially fix it. think the reason why those aren't animating now is because we checked this and they all have their data set to, their visibility set to true. So a hack for that could be to do is visible equals false, effectively. Why don't you turn down the time it takes to move for testing? Yeah, I could do that. Okay, now it's working. Yeah, I could do that. To be honest, I don't really mind myself. But hang on, hang on. This goes from 0 to 1. Let's always add 0.5 and do 250. That way they should all fly far away. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like I could do that. But sometimes it's useful to have the extra time. Although, yeah, not sure if it's actually that useful now. Okay, I like that. We could possibly even slow it down a bit. It's like 200. Because, well, by slow it down, I mean move them less far away, because that way they can take more time to get there, which slows them down. Too bad it's 10 seconds. Okay. That looks good. Oh no, I messed something up. You. Go back to 0. Okay, good. Thing is though, I don't think we can easily... We need to change the 10-second timer here. Although I think we're only setting that here. So I mean, if I do 5, we'd have to like really remember to up that. 5 is just enough time for me to get past. Okay, we're actually setting it in more than one place. But yeah, to be honest, I don't want to risk accidentally forgetting to turn it back up to 10 and then submitting a game. I mean, to be fair, we should probably do testing before we even upload the file. So we would probably catch it. What is this guy doing here? Yeah. Like, I'm really liking the graphics. Yeah, kind of lo-fi. Okay, hang on. So this is currently on 0,025. Let's see if this tile, which magically appeared, belongs to the current section. It would be the 3rd row. So this row. I think. Because that's... Wait. Which row would this belong to? I'm not sure which that one belonged to. Let's run again. If we see that being there before it's supposed to be again, then something's bugged. Yeah, something's not right. Man, is Tim aiming for like a 24-hour stream? Or like, is he... Dude isn't asleep yet. And it's like 5 a.m. Yeah, Tim is insane. Why is this new game designer or game programmer? Currently both. Yeah, I was assigned as lead game designer for this Let 'em Dare project. And I'm also the one writing all the code. Where did you learn C#? From scratch until enough for game dev programming. YouTube. Just doing Unity prototypes effectively. Taught me C#. I watched a lot of Bracky's videos and that kind of stuff, and eventually just started picking it up. Why is this particular tile giving me the finger? Does it still do that if I don't do the animation bit? And I just hide it. Oh, wait, what? It's finding a duplicate? Really? You suggest .NET official video lessons. I don't know. I haven't really been watching any recent videos, and you should be watching recent videos. So I don't think I can really suggest anything. I'd say specifically if you're looking into like C# for Unity, check out Bracky's game dev guide. But the thing is, they don't necessarily focus on the language. They focus more on the actual Unity game stuff. As for the language, like I don't know. Okay. So I'm pretty sure This is the problem with doing floor. Instead of seal, I think. Fine, I'll do mathf seal to int. Try that. And we still find it. Yeah, we have a bit of a problem here. Which... I think if we do this... plus 0.5... Crashy. Yeah, that doesn't matter. I think Tim might be about to head out. Okay, now we don't end up with a duplicate. But does this still work? No, they're back. Great. Okay, it seems to work now. Except for, you know, these guys not vanishing again. Tim gonna coma. Cool. So this solved it. Cool. Like, I'm actually amazed at how Tim has been able to stay up this long. Because, like, it's almost 7:30 p.m. for me. And I'm dead tired. And that worked. Awesome. I'm dead tired. The thing is, Tim only slept 3 hours tonight. And he's somehow managing to get along with everything. Okay. It works. I'll just have a little private constable. We should animate. Do if C should animate. We hide. Alright, if that's false, we hide it, otherwise we do an animation thing. What are you complaining about? Unreachable code detected. Yeah, I don't care. It's purposefully unreachable. Let's spy on Tim. That actually looks really cool. What he's got going there. I like those slow tiles at the start. Something is not correct there. Yeah, well, I think the math is correct. It's just my personal math is wrong. I do quite like it, even though it's incorrect. All right, I'm not gonna spy on Tim anymore. Because if we do, like, they should all be animating at the exact same rate. And yet, for some reason, they don't. So if we stop here. Like, let's actually try something. If I do this, just go out a bit and start going over and back. Let's see if they pick up the pace. Because, I mean, they do reach. But I'm not sure what's up with that. But I do actually quite like it. Because they definitely go quickly if you're close to them. Which I don't know why. Because it's this code. Also, shouldn't this technically also be the same as what we had up here? Where we do math.floor, add 0.5. Technically, I think we should be doing that here as well. Although I could be wrong on that. I mean, I don't think it really matters in that case because we never end up being like in a weird place. Yeah, I mean, it's the same. It looks the same. But this is actually more correct, I guess. And yeah, I don't know why they animate slowly. I guess if delta time is going down, that could explain it, but we would probably notice that. Let's take a look. Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything to explain why they're going slower. I have a problem pulling the stuff because it floods the microcontroller. Good job. I guess if they were technically at a different Y level, it would take different amount of time. But they shouldn't be. They should all be at the exact same Y level. But we have the level animating out. I'm not gonna do the sandbox kind of animating out. yet, because right now it's not multiple tiles. But we've done that. We're not going to be doing this. Okay, so Tim hasn't pushed his assets. What's up, Tin Spin? It's going good. Surprisingly good, actually. I am getting a bit tired. I'm not gonna quit yet. Well, end the stream at all. Definitely gonna be probably streaming Cell a lot more today. But I think most of the actual gameplay stuff is done. Yeah, they're voxels. Anything is, at this point, anything is considered going good unless you're dead. Pretty much. Well, I mean, right now, it's basically just go straight forward. But Tim has made quite a few assets for different biomes and traps and stuff like that, as well as some kind of pressure plates. Yeah. Aha! I found something. That's a problem. We're not updating the spawn position of the players. But yeah, like, there's not much actual gameplay, but there's the systems required for the gameplay are all in place now, pretty much. Level manager. Put everything into update and things work. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. Sprungles, thank you so much for the follow. How is that animation done? In code or Blender? Oh, Tim, thank you so much for the raid. Guessing you're heading to bed then? For a couple of hours? God damn it. So, do you mean the animation, the player animation, or the actual tile animation, Tainspin? The player is a Blender animation that we simply play in Hazel. But the tile animation is just us slurping between two positions. We definitely need to fix that weird ass text, because it's garbage. Okay, good. Spawn position now works. What file format do you use to transfer it? GLTF 2.0 is what we use for that. So I wonder if Tim pushed anything. Yes, he did. I pushed all the assets and made the grid prefabs be a scale of 1 and not 0.5 since I fixed the models to be correct scale in Blender. Awesome, dude. So you're heading off to bed? I'm probably gonna pull Tim's changes, make sure it still works, and then probably gonna take a short break and go for a walk because I've been sitting in front of my monitor all day. Do you prefer GitLab or GitHub? So I kind of prefer GitLab, but they're changing their free tier, so I'm probably gonna be more in favor of GitHub. Yeah, I know, Tim. It's so awesome. And it's super easy to do as well. Let's see it again. Just, oh, that's beautiful. It's not actually 100% correct yet. I just noticed. Because right now, that's every tile being animated, even if they're not actually visible yet. Where are we doing it? On cleared. What it's actually supposed to look like is if not tile data is visible, continue. That way we would only ever animate the ones we have revealed, which I think could be. Let's actually see what that looks like, because that could potentially look even cooler. Although loads of cubes flying is always cool. What's up with those two? It's just me, or does the camera snap briefly when the level changes and only then start slurping? Oh, I don't know. Let's actually have a look at that. It might be. Is the nature nice looking in Sweden if you're going for a walk? Depends on where you live. Yeah, it does look like it snaps. You're right about that, Tim. It could be. Why would it do that? I mean, nothing else should be controlling the player, the camera. I don't think. I mean, Time Manager shouldn't do it. No, that shouldn't do anything. Actually, it could be that the shift camera position gets called from the callback before we actually override it. That's a possibility. Because we call on cleared. No, actually, that shouldn't be happening at all. I can move this up here. So this is literally the first thing we're gonna do when we switch the level. And that should unsubscribe this section from the camera kind of switching callback. Also, we desperately need to fix this text because it looks actual garbage. I'm wondering if if it's an illusion. If we try not animating, maybe it won't look like it snaps. I don't know. That definitely looked a bit different, but let's actually take a look at the camera. It could just be that it's lerping and it's like a pretty big amount. I didn't see. Yeah. You do that, Tim. I think it actually does snap, but yeah. All right. Well, have a good night / morning, Tim. And I'll see you when you wake up. If you wake up. Just ends up sleeping through the entirety of Bottom Dare. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, the camera probably is snapping, but... See ya, Tim. I don't think it's a big idea. Yeah, you're Nacho, this is the game. Never seen it yet. Yeah. Yeah, that's the game, but it's basically... Like, we haven't added any kind of traps, unless Tim has done that. Which I don't think he did. Yet. Let's actually go ahead and... Yeah, Tim will coma. Let's go ahead and pull his changes to the project, and I don't think he would have made any engine changes. So, let's take a look here. That's a lot of files. Okay, he has made some changes to the prototyping. Yeah, I speak Swedish. I'm Swedish, so yes, I speak Swedish. Okay, I'm scared to merge all of this because I'm basically gonna let Tim's changes override my stuff completely. But because I am a bit of a chicken, I'm gonna make a copy of this. Before pulling. Alright, so it's only the prototyping scene. Just gonna accept Tim's changes. And let's load it. And see the engine explode. Oh, damn. Okay. I'm liking the look of this. Floor tile. We changed the texture. Nice. And that means the scale is now 1 as well. Awesome. Now, disco floor. Yeah, it kind of looks like a bit like a disco floor. Okay, so he didn't set the next section entity, which that's fine. Doesn't matter too much. Okay. The camera positions, they're not actually correct. But that's fine. We can deal with that. I'm really liking this music. camera. The hell were they called? Sandbox camera pulse. Yeah, 25 crashes. So this is Sandbox camera pulse 32.4, 50, 26.7. And that's the same except 38.2 in the Z. Yeah, actually this music's super relaxing. I'm gonna save it. There we go. Okay, so that's that. What about the second? They're identical. Really? Yeah. Oh yeah, we don't actually need to do this. If we're sticking with yeah, we don't need those at all. We can just do private float. No, private vector 3. Sandbox camera pulse. That's gonna be slightly different. It's 38.2. Because if we hard code them, I'll leave this in, even though it doesn't actually matter. I can set these to 0, 0. Got it. Start section is that. Camera. More nulls. Coming from player. That looked weird. Tweet 4. Thank you so much for following. Okay, let's check. This is the time manager. I don't care about that. Movement time should be 10. Level limit. I don't think we even factor that in anymore. Playback speed is 5, which is correct. Oh, nice. Why is the start not in the right place? I think my eat time was like 4 hours ago. Then go eat, my guy. Okay, what's happening here? It's this section. They're negative 25? No. Not all of them. Should be there. Yeah. Which row is that? Like... Yeah, no. They're in the right place, but... That would be... Okay, quite a few rows down. What track is this? It's the it's called Hidden Lines by OOYY on Epidemic Sound. Okay, hang on a minute. Need to check. If we go ahead and we open up scenes, prototyping. It's the thing that has this one, and it's at position 005. So it's in this row. Not sure why Tim put... No, it might have been me that did that. That was probably me. Now me push to GitHub and me eat. Sounds good, Tony. You do that. Now it should be fine again. I'm gonna make sure this works, push my stuff, then go for a walk. It worked. Cool. Literally broke everything when there was a response coming that had no request registered. Awesome. Cool. What did I do? I added animation for when a section is completed. fixed player spawn position being incorrect after section switch. Player replicator now plays animation when moving. Unsure if we want to keep it. Added back collision check for player replicator. And did a fuck ton of shit with the actual section code. Loads of fixes for section animation plus handling. Okay. Cool. We got that pretty much done now. All right, I'm gonna go for a walk for a little while, get some fresh air, and I'll be back, I don't know, half an hour maybe. So yeah, see you guys in about half an hour. Bye-bye. I'm back. Decided to take a shower after I came back from my walk. All right. What's up, Tony? So it would be really nice if I could start working on some actual game play features like the swinging axe that Tim made, the bridge, etc. Um, Hello? Thank you. Okay. So here we have Tim's pressure plate. Doesn't look very emissive. Stumpy Knob, thank you so much for following. Yeah. What's up with that? Jesus. Yeah, it doesn't actually have any mission. I assume Tim has to create some materials for it. Dead player. Oh, he didn't export it at the right size. That's a lot of pieces that he's got. Okay. He had the axe, which is now actually rotating around the right point. So we'd probably have that hanging. Then just have it go back and forth. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna do that. Because I did talk to Jan and Tim about it. And usually something like that indicates having like a timer that's getting red as it ticks down. Usually to me indicates danger or that something's bad gonna happen, right? Which isn't the case in this game, right? The timer doesn't indicate that something bad is gonna happen. It's just indicating that your actions are gonna actually take effect. So I'm not sure. I don't think we'll do that. Even though I do quite like it for most games. Yeah, there's sleep. Tim was gonna sleep like 4 hours. But we'll see how long he sleeps. Yeah, 25 crashes. Do you want to add some enemies, or it's more like a trap game? We kind of were talking about doing enemies, but I think we basically decided not to do that. Like me and Tim decided that to not do that. Now I think I can use a sine wave to drive the animation. Possibly. Of this. Instead of just lerping the instead of doing lerping. Yeah. So if I were to write a what's the goal of the game? To beat all of the different sections. Yeah, like we have I'm just looking at a Unity suggestion. Max rotation, time sine, take time, time speed. Now they use time, not delta time. We don't have like a built-in time variable, but that's literally just a float that you increment by delta time every frame. Let's just call it axe rotator, because I don't think we're gonna have anything else that rotates like the axe does. I literally just have a private float, m time, start that off at 0, do m time plus equals delta time at the end of each frame. Will it be a hidden thing? You mean like the axe will be kind of hidden, and then just as you're about to die, it swings in? Do we have... I think I can just use math sine. Oh wait, it's open up in the wrong place. I'm gonna cut that. LD51 reload. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. That returns a double. Do we have math f.sin just so I don't have to do a cost? We do actually have that. Time. Love it. Max rotation times sine with time times speed. Do 1 sine times speed, and let's have public float max rotation, which I think is going to be in radians. Yeah, it's going to be in radians. I suck at radians. I know 2 times pi is 360. That's it. Just give it 1. Right. Now this is effectively a rotation. How many degrees? Like, hang on. If I know I can do here. Pi divided by 2 is 90. Yeah. Pi divided by 4. Yeah, like I know that. But it's, I guess 90. Would be good. At least it's a test. And rotation equals new vector 3. Actually, well, yeah, I'm gonna be tweaking it obviously, but I want to have like a general idea. Vector 3 dot right, maybe. Not sure what the orientation is. This garbage again. I won't. Do we actually modify SC? We do. I don't know if this is because he doesn't have a script component. Or if it's an invalid entity or what the hell is going on. Then we'll actually copy that script component. Then do that. I'm happy with 90. I'm wondering if if this is too fast. Also, I completely forgot we actually have a slow motion mode. That looks very weird. Yeah. Wait. Oh yeah, the rotation actually changes. Because I did a goof. And I should have used transform, world transform, right. Monte Greenland, thank you so much. No, yeah, Monte Greenland, thank you so much for following. Hironichu, thank you for following. Sorry if I butchered your name. So it's not supposed to be right, it's supposed to be like forward. No, the axe will destroy the cube. Terra Griffin, thank you so much for the follow. Should be around the x-axis that it should be rotating. Which would be right, but the thing is it... No. Yeah, that's the correct axis, but the thing is it changes the rotation. Oh, never mind. It was me who was being stupid. Because now, yeah, now it's correct. But if I rotate it, it's still gonna go around that one. Is the thing. Which is why I kind of wanted to use that, I suppose. Yeah. Now if I change the rotation to there. No. Why is none of my axes working? Whatever. Let's just use right. No, actually we can't be doing that. It has to be... It's supposed to be around the x-axis. But it's not. Like, what kind of garbage? Wait a minute. Is this supposed to be around the Z? If we're using... Why is this so difficult? I don't have any more axes. I think it's because we're not taking old rotation into account. And I mean, if we know we're going to be doing around the x-axis, then let's just do that. Yeah. Cool. So we have a swinging axe. Currently doesn't do anything. We basically need to give it some kind of collision box, I think. I don't think we need to use a mesh collider, to be honest. Because it's just not necessary. Now, a box collider. It's gonna be a trigger. We're gonna bring it down to around -2, I think. And then make it no, let's do 0.3 and bring it down a bit more. Like that. Make it a bit thinner. Nope. 0.5 in that axis is correct. 0.2, 0.1, even. Right, and it's a trigger. So I think there is. We can just go override on create. Do on. That's trigger begin event. Take in entity other. Let's just log other dot tag. Yep. And we can now detect when we hit the player. So let's just have a private void kill player. Well, let's call it on trigger begin. I am gonna get some coffee. copy has been acquired. All right. So what do we want to do when we hit something? If not other is player, which I don't know if we're actually gonna support killing the player itself, but if it's not a player, yeah, useful. And not player replicator, we bail because we don't care. To be honest, I think we're only ever gonna care about the replicator. Other dot as player replicator dot die. Pretty sure I can just call that. Yes. So if I'm not going to move the X over, say, there, hit play. Let's see what happens. Did we really not hit that? I'm calling bullshit. There's no way we didn't hit it. I mean, I guess technically we may not have hit it, but I'm still calling bullshit. Really? We're not hitting it. That seems unlikely. We actually wasn't hitting it. Jesus. That seems like garbage. But we do have to increase the crash count. Let's see if it's consistent. Move it over there. 8. Yeah, what the hell? Why is it crashing? That's very weird. I guess maybe it's because we're like... But it wasn't crashing... when the axe was moving slower. isn't moving as fast as I made it, it doesn't crash. Let's maybe verify that. I guess maybe it doesn't like it because we have rotation locked. That's a possibility. No, actually we don't have rotation locked, it's static. Yeah, but it didn't do it until I changed the speed of the axe. Right? So I had it at 4. Ran it. No shit. I had it before I ran it. Yeah. Well, maybe. Yeah, I definitely did because I. Okay, what's this? Concurrent API write call or overlapping API read and write call detected. Remove. Okay. Wait, what? This looks like fucking multi-threading. Because this is when we're updating the type. And removing the actor. Aha! I know what's up. I know exactly what's up. This isn't related to... I think it's because we're basically updating the type of the player replicator in a callback from the physics system. Okay? We basically need private entity, hit entity, which will start off as null. Hit entity is equal to, well, let's call it play replicator at least. That would be the correct type. Basically, the issue is we're making a call to physics from a physics callback. Really? You've never seen that? It's an event action. If it's an action, you can do that. If mReplicator not equal null, die. mReplicator equals null. Pretty sure that's what we have to do. We have to defer the call. Yeah, it is actually quite nice to do that. I think we have to defer the call until after we've exited the on trigger. Because we're trying to basically change the actor that got passed in. Let's actually do there, I think. Oh, come on. I was one off. Oh, you tried to do, yeah. I see what you did there, JBK. Are we not dying? It's swinging so forward and again. Because I want to make sure we get hit. But the perspectives... okay, yeah. Also, that definitely worked. Except we're stuck in a animation loop. It's basically a game for Let 'em Dare. with the theme being every 10 seconds. The idea is that you're controlling this player, or this cube, in this area. You need to navigate. After 10 seconds, the moves you have made with this cube will be replicated by this cube. The goal is to get this cube through an obstacle course effectively to a goal in order to move on to the next section. The one problem is you cannot see the board until you're actually replicating the moves, right? So the board kind of gets revealed as you go. That's the general idea. Oh, this is why it's not hitting. Well, it's hitting, but that's why it's looked weird. Yeah, I actually really like the idea. Even though I initially hated the actual theme, the idea that we came up with was pretty nice. Now, why is you stuck in an infinite loop, and why doesn't the actual player reset? It's my question here. How the... we aren't notifying the player, the level manager, that the players died. Do we need this to happen before Emmy's dead? It's set to true. I think if we do this, it should work. Actually, will it? What does this do? Does that? Yeah, it should be fine. I hope. I wasn't paying attention. We can't have this here. Crap. This whole death system needs to be reevaluated, I think. Because I think we call this, and if we're calling it on the player replicator, which is this, we make sure we kill off the player, right? Which would call on death in player. Which doesn't... Okay, what was actually happening there? Was it a Stack Overflow exception? Because if it is, then yeah. I guess maybe... Yep, Stack Overflow. Kill it. What about this? I don't think this is gonna fix anything. I don't even think we died. Kill it. Yeah, we get a Stack Overflow because problems. So basically, die ends up being called from here. Meaning we can't call this in die. We need more ways to say die. Yeah, you're right. All right, now we're good. But we still get stuck in an infinite animation loop. And I know why. It's because in here, well, I think just in die, animation controller. I think we have a start animation in here. We have play animation. Stop animation. It's gonna do false, set it to 0.0f. That should fix that. And of course I miss it by 1. Should add like a hotkey that just ends the round immediately, just for debugging. Okay. I mean, the tile here didn't appear for some reason. And the camera didn't reset. We should maybe have like a round manager or something. Maybe the level manager can deal with that. That basically we can just tell it, yeah, restart the round because we died. Or restart the round in general. Because this I need to call. Is it in here? No. Because when the sun we shine together, tell you I've been here forever. Spoopy time. Restart. Aight. Sure thing, Porridge. I'm good, thank you. How are you? Yeah, it's in here. Because we have to tell it to shift the camera position when we die, in case it's been shifted. Don't we do that already though? We do it somewhere, just not in here. Let's just do level manager shift. Is that private? Shift. It's on the section, not the manager. Garbage. Public void. Shift. Camera. Position. Current section. Target. Replicator. False. Whenever we die, we definitely want to shift it back to the player. Turns out Visual Studio has something against the word slave used for classes inside classes for C++. Really? Seriously? That's an actual problem? Okay, that's weird. X is done. Okay, so the axe works. Oh, Tim had already made a prefab for it. God damn it, Tim. No, I'm kidding. Let's just do a copy. Well, let's copy the box collider. We don't need it to be a mesh collider. Excuse you. Update prefab. Delete, delete, drag it out. Let's have a 90-degree rotation. Make sure it works. Are you in a game? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I noticed the tile's missing. Yeah, Jan's been working a lot on fixing the engine and adding like the shader. Tomorrow he's actually gonna do like some stuff for the game, like a menu and stuff like that. What I want to know is what the fuck is wrong with this axe? What the actual shit? Will it work now? No. What is wrong with this axe? What if we cancel all rotations? Then it works. Of course it fucking does. Yeah, it does look more scary, but it also looks broken as shit. Like, Hazel's rotation, now that we're using quaternions, it's complete shit. What if I try and match it as close as possible to 90 degrees? Like, look at this, 720, 720. Like, I know it fixed, like, gimbal locking and shit like that, but it's horrible to work with. Nope, that's too much. I have written the angle myself. If I do 90, and say 0, 0. Garbage. If we do 180, 180, which is kind of what it does, garbage. 360. It doesn't like the fact that it's 90 degrees there. In the code, I do this. I maintain the Y and Z rotation and change the X rotation. Oh, hang on. Wait. Yeah, that would change the X rotation, right? So it's doing this, which you can see is not good. If I wanted to use a quaternion, which I suppose I should, I'd have to go transform, set rotation, which I suppose I should do. Get? No. Basically, quaternion, rotation. The new rotation would be that multiplied by quaternion, Euler. No, wait, hang on, we do Euler like this. And I guess x-axis would be right multiplied by that. And that would be the new rotation. Let's see what this does now. Nothing good. Oh no, wait, that was the wrong thing. The problem, if I don't do that, then its original rotation isn't taken into account. So I'd have to account for that in here, basically. By not using vector 3.right. I'd have to do new vector, this for the X, then rotation Y, rotation Z, and we're back to garbage. Right? I mean, yeah. Because I think could be that the quaternion from Euler angle is broken. It's possible, I guess, but like it's been working fine until we changed some like the rotation in engine. But I think something's definitely broken. Thing is, though, I don't think it's broken because this works. Looks like it's the same as what I have. Yeah. It's not the same. You guys have alternating sign, I don't. Um, plus minus plus minus. Norbis, we did that. I actually tried like multiplying. Get out of here. Get out of here. I tried multiplying the I mean, I guess we could store the original rotation and then just like this is straight up copied. So that is correct. But I guess what I could probably do maybe store the original rotation. I don't think it's gonna work. It actually, no wait, did it? Maybe. It didn't freak out at least. Actually, yeah, that worked. Storing the original rotation and multiplying by that instead. That's what we have to do. Which makes sense, I guess. And I'm actually gonna be reworking the way we deal with, the way we access transforms at some point. So yeah. Awesome. That does mean the axe is now done. And let's make sure to update the prefab one last time. But that means, okay, Axe is finished. Now, what would be really cool is we have this dead player. Yeah, it's not gonna need a mesh collider. Oh, I completely forgot. You can do shift click and it will select the root entity. I completely forgotten we have that. We have this dead player mesh. Which again really doesn't need a box collider. So let's, or a mesh collider. Let's remove that, add box collider. Go ahead and change those to dynamic. See what happens. Yeah, they explode out. You know what? That's actually what we wanted to do. Because when the player dies, we kind of want to replace it with this. And we want it to kind of explode. But we do want to add some force so we can control where it goes. Like the whole colliders thing, that's annoying as hell. Because I would have to go through all of these and adjust their parameters. Which for some of them is correct. But for others, it's not. So that's correct. Man, that's annoying. Anush, thank you for the follow. What's up, Abdullah? Abdullah, sorry. But then I guess... yeah, that's gonna be super annoying to deal with. What if we just let it have a mesh collider? Would that work? Even if the visualization is wrong? Yeah, that's correct. Even if the visualization is wrong. All right. Shift click doesn't seem to be working anymore. There we go. That worked. What if I scale this down? Will it still behave as it should? Yep. Awesome. That actually means that... why does... sometimes the selection doesn't work. Like, you can see if I'm clicking here, nothing's happening. I have to click pretty much centered on it for it to actually select if I'm doing shift selection. But that means we can take this, scale it down, and update it. Because Tim exported it in the wrong scale. Cool, let's go into player base. Public prefab, dead player prefab. Let's do this in kill. so it only applies to the one that actually dies. Instantiate that. Translation. We actually changed our translation immediately. But if we do this, let's do actually let's do physics, add radial impulse, add dead player translation 1, strength of 10, build. Yeah, that sort of worked. Briefly. Very briefly. I think. I mean, okay, what if we just... Why doesn't that kill me anymore? Because we get an null reference. I'm stupid. Of course we get a null reference because we have to assign the prefab in here. Dead player. Dead player. Boom. Walk it forward so it gets killed by the axe. Boom. Oh. That was actually very satisfying. Ooh, that actually has punch to it. How long are you planning on going tonight? Good question. I was planning on going until, at least until Tim comes back. We'll see how long I can go before I get too tired. Yeah, that's absolutely awesome. I love it. It's very satisfying. Now, what would be nice is to kind of be able to tell which direction we got hit from. The thing is, though, I don't think we can currently do that. And I don't really know how. Because there's no force involved, it's just a trigger. I guess we could get... We'd actually have to calculate the position of, like, the head of the axe. Get a direction vector that goes from the axe to others' translation. And then apply a force in that direction. which that sounds like a pain to do. It would look kind of cool if you just got flung away. But I have no idea how I would even go about calculating that. Yeah, we need to speed that axe up. You should... I don't know, you should technically be able to get past it, but I think the idea was we were gonna use like the slow motion feature, which, like, I don't know what's... Currently it doesn't work. Well, I think it works, it's just doesn't work all the time on update. Make sure we call base update, then do this. Now we should technically be able to enter slow motion, even when it's replicating the movement. Although it won't actually, yeah. Currently it doesn't really do much. We do have in Time Manager time scale. So we'd actually have to get the Time Manager in here. Don't need to do that. Then, where am I? There I am. Okay, that looked weird as hell. Yeah, like we can enter slow motion, meaning, and it doesn't affect the player right now. So in theory, if I'm good about this, oh, what happened there? I'm gonna try something. I think it did a ray cast. Hit this. Cannot just create a child landing on the X head and use its position. Ooh, yeah, I could. That's actually a good idea. And then just move it down. That's a very good idea. Well, for now, I'm not going to do that right now because I want to figure out why the hell it stopped. And I think it's because of the raycast wall check that we're doing. We need to be able to determine which objects we should stop in front of. Yeah, you can see we can do that. Enter slow motion and pass the axe. So I think it should be practically impossible to get past the axe unless you have slow motion enabled. Oh, that's super nice. We need to tweak the wall detection code that we're doing here. I don't know if we will actually need that in the end. So I'm gonna disable it for now. I can re-enable it if Tim thinks we should have walls. I don't see the point of walls though. So let's work on the axe thing. Let's update the prefab. Let's have head marker. Equal to children, 0, because I know it's gonna have a child. Then we would have to calculate a direction vector that goes from the head marker to other as we trigger. And we'd have to store that. Is it that? I think that's head marker translation minus other translation, and if we want it to be an actual direction, it should be normalized as well. Oh wait, that was Jay. Sorry, Jay, I completely missed that you were the one who sent that. Damn. Hey, man. Sorry about that. Oh. In that case, we could obviously pass in a force direction into kill. In that case. Then do... Yeah, Echo, it's pretty much game jam brain. Especially since I've been live almost 10 hours now. So my brain is a bit mashed. Oh, come on. Sorry for hitting the mic. Add force. Force direction. How many people are working on this game? We're 3 people. I'm writing the code. Tim is making the art. So I mean, technically we're 2 people because Jan hasn't done much on the game itself. But we're 3 people actually programming and stuff. Game jam brain. We're 3 people. Amplify that by 10. Force mode impulse, because that always looks awesome. Obviously, if we pass in 0, that's fine. In fact, I'm gonna do... Can't do that, apparently. Which sucks. In fact, I can probably just do... For now, if force direction equals vector 3, 0. Now, if it's not equal, which may or may not actually work because of floating point imprecision shit. Otherwise, we do that. We kill with a hit direction. It is 6. Yes. Because I'm stupid. Because dead player doesn't have a rigid body, its children does. Dead player piece in children. Okay. There we go. I'm a genius. What? Really? Kill. It's not telling me the line number. I know, right? No, I'm not killing it infinite times. I was having a an exception, and that basically caused the execution to stop, and meaning the state wouldn't get updated, and so we technically just kept killing it. There we go. Although that was in the wrong direction. Now it should actually go flying off to this side. And it does. Although that looked like puny amounts of force. Nana. Can I compile the game in the engine using runtime versus I think I should. Yeah, I'm not even sure what you mean, Abdullah. So I can't really answer it. Now, I think this should more or less be a force, not just a direction. Because that way we can actually determine the amount of force ourselves. Let's actually rename this to hit force. Because it's a force, not just a direction. That looked a bit much. I don't know, maybe 10 was good. Is that direction correct, though? Hello? Give me my gizmo? Oh, it's at the top. So... should be in the X direction, basically. Yeah, I think it looks good too, but I kind of want the make sure that the force is actually accurate. Because if it's like, at least that it's going in the direction I expect it to go, which would be in positive X, I think. Cam should freeze for kill cam. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what the force is. X and Z. Probably due to rotation. We should probably be using the world transform instead of just local here, because we're doing a local. We're doing world minus local, basically. I did not see anything. I assume we made it through alive. Yeah, I kind of assumed it made it through alive. Now it looks more correct. And it doesn't have to be 100% accurate, to be honest. And yeah, we should freeze for kill cam a bit before reset. Where are we doing the actual camera reset, though? I don't think it's just the shift camera position that's doing it, or maybe it is. Because if it is, we can easily deal with that. Yeah, it is. How many seconds? 1? Let's start with 1. What happens if I don't do this? Hang on. I need to verify that. That I can actually comment that out. I can. Good. Meaning we can actually have our little death timer. Death timer. Which will say 1 second. Up here. If M is dead. We'll do M death timer. Minus equals delta time. If death timer is less than or equal to 0, we do this. And we set death timer equal to 1 is dead equals false. Because then we reset, basically. Well, we do the proper reset at that point. Let's see what that looks like. And then a second later, nothing happens. Why not? Set this to true. Meaning we are decrementing the death timer. If it's less than or equal to 0, we do this. Can add lifetime to tiles so they disappear after a while, and once they disappear, the player will be dead or something. Maybe. Also, I think we ran out of music. Yes, we did. Did I not rebuild? Oh my god. There's something when you use like the debugger and then do a rebuild. It just causes something to go wrong somewhere in the code. Or somewhere in mono, I should say. Okay, now maybe it will happen. One thing I do think we should do is basically have a cooldown for how often you can move. Let's see that again, because I kind of want to check that everything resets as it should. I think maybe the timer starts before... Yeah, I think that's smooth. But I think the timer restarts before we ever... Because I think this... How the hell do we reset the timer? Where does the timer get reset? So I know it's in time manager, and presumably we call reset at some point. Ah. Come on, I wasn't allowed to sneeze. I don't think we should do that in there. Time manager should reset in player base when we do this. Now, I don't have access to that. Why not? Do you use Clang format or something similar for Hazel? No, we don't. We have a... we have like a... What's it called? Editor config file. But I don't think that does the same thing as Clang format. I do use Clang format on my own personal engine. To be honest, I can just stick this into player base. Actually, does the replicator need... It doesn't. But I'm still gonna stick it in player base because player base needs the time manager. Let's have it there, but have it be protected. Snag this. So now the time shouldn't reset until when the camera does. Yeah. I will say it does look a bit weird that the text just hangs around when the player dies. Probably shouldn't do that. I can fix that. I can very easily fix that. I don't have access to that in here. However, in player replicator on death, where we do all of this, really like this song, by the way. Yeah. to be honest, the whole reset, yeah, it's not doing it correctly. Because it immediately respawns that. Meaning this isn't actually... The whole logic kind of needs to only run once the timer ends. So effectively, I think die all of this should only run once this runs. Except we do need to change the translation so that we don't see the old player effectively, which shouldn't be too difficult. The go-to method of just put it really low down in the world. This is probably gonna break so many things. Slight problem, we never set M is dead to true in kill. We need to do that. That's not necessary there. We do this. We want to stop the animation immediately. Then we call on death. Here we set that stuff. What does on death do for the replicator? Clears the moves. We kind of want to do this immediately, to be honest. Well, what does it do in player? It just enables the input again. I don't know if we actually need to do that there. I guess we could do that as well. Possibly. Because if we do this, it won't actually reset. The player is still there. And in fact, it's not resetting. That's what I get for trying to change the code. The hell does this do? Well, that's a problem. This calls die. This whole logic is flawed as hell. We do this because we want to notify player that it's died, because we want to do a reset on that. Except, yeah, I don't know. This looks weird as hell, but I'm gonna leave it for now, I think. Maybe. No, of course it survived. Like, it looks kind of weird, yeah, but it also works. And we broke the 10-hour mark. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to refactor the way we handle player death at some point. Refactor player death so that pause. Yeah. In the end, it is a game jam, and so code quality isn't really a priority. But I do think having at least somewhat decent code that works is a good thing, even in a game jam. What about the bridge then? Because we have basically a pressure plate somewhere. Which is in here. Pressure plate. The idea with this being that the player has to stand on this at the end as the last move, right? In order for the pressure plate to activate, at which point the pressure plate would do something, right? So raise a bridge, for an example. The question is how do we make that happen? Because I can't use a normal trigger here, because that will get triggered immediately when you stand on it, even if you have several moves left to make. When player replicator makes a move, where do we pop this? We do it here. What we really want to do here, say on target reached, if how many would we have on the last tile once we reach the target? Probably 0 is equal to 0. And lever manager, is there any sort of anti-aliasing in Hazel? I don't think so, to be honest. Maybe. If there is, I don't know about it. What should we listen to next? Gonna go get some sleep. Good night, everybody, and good luck with the game. Thank you so much, Frank. It's been good having you. Hopefully you sleep well. How's pressure plate at our current translation? How would the level manager know if there is a pressure plate at this point? We could rather say, well, I mean, we could literally just hard code it. Let me comment this out real quick. In here, assets, scripts, new script, pressure plate. Where'd my pressure plate go? Did it just not make it? Komma good. What happened to my pressure plate? Oh, I clicked close. What's up, Eddie? It's going good. I'm actually implementing actual like gameplay mechanics like the swinging axe, and now I'm working on implementing a pressure plate. There we go. Now I got my plate. Right. So we would have this. And the pressure plate would have a pressure plate script. I haven't rebuilt. My bad. Pressure plate, like that. It would need to be inside of the section. Probably parented to the tile. Like that. That way, in Level Manager, when we're going through, inside each section, we would have something similar to this. Yeah, we're definitely gonna crash some more. I guarantee it. AJ, this version of Hazel that I'm using is not technically open source. It is source available if you pay money for it. But you do obviously have the Game Engine Series version. Yeah, that's source available, I think. I'm not sure. I could get my terms wrong. We basically just have a private dictionary here, mapping from vector 3 maybe to a pressure plate. Are you going to do auto build project in Hazel in the future like in Unity? Probably not. Maybe not. We'll see. Code quality, yes. Like, I should probably make some common object, right, that a tile can have, right, in case we want mold. But the thing is, I don't think we're gonna have anything other than a pressure plate. So go through all of the tile entities. We make sure we can add that. If tile entity children length greater than 0 for each entity, tile content, I don't know, tile child entity in tile entity dot children. If tile child entity is pressure plate, pressure plates add. I guess we could actually use a tile key here as well. Boom. Add key tile child entity dot as pressure plate. As long as you can export the game to some kind of executable and it takes less time than Unity, make me happy. I mean, we don't do export though. Like I mean, technically, yeah, because we build it, but like there's no exporting from the editor itself. Public. I don't know if we do. I have had this actually cause a null reference exception on occasion because I didn't check. But I think that might have been an engine bug. I'm just used to doing that kind of stuff now. Is pressure plate position literally the same thing that we do here. Return pressure plates contains key engine bug, aka Peter broke it. Pretty much this is effectively it, right? To check if there's a pressure plate. Should probably just have an exposed current selection as a getter. There probably has pressure plate, but whatever. Landed on pressure plate. Go away. Absolute piece of garbage. What's my local time? It's currently 10:30 p.m. or 22:36. If you want to be picky. What the hell was I testing? Pressure plate. I'm gonna die now. Yes. Okay, start by going there, I think. Move forward. What's with the lag? Okay. We get landed on pressure plate. So we can now detect it. Someone accept me using sea lion. So 1, 2, 3 to the right. Let's try. 1, 2, 3, and then just go down. And we shouldn't trigger the pressure plate. It didn't. So you have to land on that as your last tile. So what exactly is this game going to be? I haven't looked at the LD51 theme. It's kind of puzzle. I don't know if we can necessarily call it a puzzle game, but it's sort of a puzzle game where every 10 seconds the moves I make in this area are actually executed in the quote-unquote real level. And there's going to be like a path. No, Eddie, actually most of those crashes have been due to the asset packing changes that Jan made. Just because there's so many different systems that touch the asset manager system. There's just so many edge cases that he couldn't test. Some have been mono. Well, quite a few actually have been mono. Okay, so we can detect when we land on a pressure plate as the last tile. Now, let me check this. Did that cube just walk on air? Why isn't the cube falling? Hold on. I can't really walk it off the edge here. Well, nice of you to die, but I kind of don't want you to die right now. Let's move him over there. Because it looked like it was walking like on nothing, basically. Which was interesting. No, it seems to be working now. I think. Yeah. I'm sorry. Why aren't you falling off? Why is you not falling? It's set to dynamic. The Y position has not been frozen. I thought I fixed this garbage. I mean, our target location gets set like that. That's fine. And then we set translation and we maintain the previous Y. Physics debugger to the rescue. Actually, let's replay it exactly the way I did it, which I think was like that. Okay, now it worked. Now it's working. Of course, when I try to debug it, it works. Of course. Tony redeeming hydrate. That's alright. I haven't had water in a while. I wonder if this is just a matter of... No, it doesn't count, Tony. It's on shutdown. If I were to count that, I would actually have to... Yeah, now it doesn't happen anymore. That's a weird thing. If I were to count that, we would be at like 50 crashes at this point. And that's also why I'm not counting crashes where I'm intentionally causing it to crash so I can debug. These are real unexpected crashes that I'm counting. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell. 15, so it'll be better than 27. Definitely. That music's gonna make me fall asleep. I guess that bug doesn't happen anymore. I know why it's happening. I know why the bug is happening. It's because in here, we never check that our move has actually finished before we add another move. Yeah. I want to know when this happens. It's happening constantly. And then... Gonna try something. No. We'll have a private pool. Disable input. At this point. Then we enable it. That should, in theory, mean that if I just keep mashing my keys, yeah, I think that's working. Basically, we can't record another movement until our previous movement has actually been made in this place. So now it shouldn't go over. And it doesn't. However, I can still move around because this is garbage. My way of handling this, we should basically have another bool that says, are we the active player? Which player will have as true. By default, this is not going to be that. We're going to set is, you know what, screw it. I'm going to do this instead. Player base, have a public, I'm going to make it public, is active player, get set, make it a property so we don't see it in the inspector because we don't care about it in there. Input enable is fine, right? Because we can use that for this. If we aren't the active player, however, we don't want to update at all. And if input isn't enabled, or we're not the active player, we do not want to process any kind of input. On death, I guess, enable input, set this to true, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. Now we're gonna get an error because we're trying to do this. This is different now. It's is active player is equal to that. Same thing here, is active player is equal to that. Play replicator. We don't technically need this. If we're not replicating and we have more moves, we calculate that. Okay. Yeah, so here we do, if we're not the active player, then we do this. Although this does update body type as well. Let's keep it like that. Do that, but we still can't record like 50 movements when we're actually really only making like 10 by just mashing the keys. I can't move around right now. We don't make more moves than possible. Time runs out. Move around a bunch. It's working. What if I die? Okay. That's fine. Let's move this one over there and get killed as the replicating player. And it's all good. 25 hours. I'm not actually that panicked, because there's not that many more gameplay features to actually implement, and all we have left to do then is build out a couple sections. So I think we actually have plenty of time compared to at least when you compare it to like when we made Forest. Although I can tell you I'm actually getting really tired at this point. And it's gonna be really nice once Legendary is over, so I can sleep properly. Like, I genuinely don't know how the hell Tim manages to go so long without sleeping. It's insane. I mean, I did literally the first day of this jam. I think I was awake for 21 hours. Well, you make it so that the pillars are above the clouds where the bottom fades out. I suspect we will do something like that, yeah. Although I'm not sure if we'll have actual clouds. I don't know that we have time for that. But we do kind of want to make it look like you're in the sky. Yeah. So, drawbridge. We have a bridge. My cat's freaking out. I think Tim had that kind of idea of the idea that we would have the bridge kind of like that. And we would have basically two pieces, one of which was rotated down, and we wouldn't have like an actual tile here. Well, we might have a tile, but just with no mesh. No. Where did that go? There it is. And then when you step on the pressure plate, if that's your last move, it will rotate this up, and you can then pass over it. I think that's kind of what we were getting at. So if I demonstrate, let's see, it's 3 over and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, I should land on the pressure plate. Then my round ends. Now the bridge would extend, and then I'd have to pass over it in the next kind of round. Like that, basically. Yeah. My brain's pretty much dying at this point. Let's see if we can select. There's the tile. That one, yeah. If I parent these. What the hell is up with the rotation? I changed the Y here. And that apparently changed height. Oh, he screwed up the origin a bit. They're gonna intersect now. I'm gonna get set flickering maybe. Took 3 days in GitHub and okay. Not sure what you mean. Now I think if I do this, we do that. That's cool. No, I don't think we can actually walk over them. If we do that. I don't think we're gonna walk over. I think we're gonna fall through. Or not. Why aren't we falling through? Can we not fall through a 1x1 hole? Yeah, I love the animations as well. Can we really not fall through a 1x1 hole? Oh, awesome, Daniel. I think we're gonna have to make the collision box of this a bit smaller. This one doesn't matter. Damn, Daniel. Really, Tony? You went with that? Why are we not following through? Am I really gonna have to bring up a physics debugger again? It's possible we're just constantly setting the Y position to 0. But no, because we can fall off the edge. Just wait a minute for it to start up. Crap. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. I am such a moron. There's still a box collider, even if there's no mesh. God, I'm dumb. Hi. That's this one, I think. Yeah, it is. Jesus Christ. Tim, a game artist director. Yeah, he's pretty much like the art director on this project. Now, I think at this point it's just the collider is too big. Because I definitely removed the box collider. So this collider needs to be a bit thinner. Like 0.7 should work. I regret doing that already. Because we don't have undo. Huh. So possibly we're constantly setting the Y rotation, the Y position. All right, sounds good, Eddie. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you do well in school tomorrow. Pause. Replicated player. Resume. Let's take a look at the Y. if I were to set that up to say, well, let's set it to negative. Except, let's do negative 0.2. Yeah, we're constantly setting the Y position to 0. Then how the hell is the player falling off? Because we only set the target location once, probably. Maybe. Yeah, another one joins the sleep gang. I hope Tim will unjoin the sleep gang. Soon. We should only set the target location once, though. I mean, the player can still fall off. No problem. But the player replicator can't. I'm actually wondering if we're setting it to be... Because right now it's static. We update it to be dynamic. It's still dynamic. Am I gonna have to emulate gravity? Am I gonna hack it? Yeah, I'm gonna hack it. Add a button skip if you want to execute the steps. If we did, we wouldn't. We wouldn't want to ship that, because that would pretty much get rid of the point of the game. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, first of all, we don't really have buttons in button UI. Okay, so it's detecting that it's standing over nothing. Okay. Hang on. Wait a minute. Play replicator. But to be honest, I don't really mind waiting 10 seconds. Okay. I smell bullshit. Player standing over nothing. I guess maybe the ray ends up being inside this. Okay, player was standing over nothing. That looked weird. Why isn't it detecting this? Because I guess maybe it's not active player. Alright, you know what? If I'm gonna hack it, I might as well hack it real bad. Yes, I know it's standing over nothing. If this the ILO spec. Sorry for mispronouncing that, but thank you for following. Muchos apreciados. Okay, so it's no longer doing shit. It's gonna be standing over for how is this hitting something? Wait. Yeah, how the hell is it hitting something? It's my question. You may not say the. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how the hell this is actually hitting anything. How is this hitting a floor tile? No, I'm gonna print the position instead. That way I can immediately, like... Well, printing the entity ID would be nice. Okay, so last second there it was doing a 601. Oh, Creator and Deep, what's up? Been a while. Yeah, it's going good, except I'm having this bug. You know what? I really should just print the local translation, because that's gonna make it way easier. Yeah, the graph is looking good. Started uni. Ah, I see. Lariolan, thank you so much for following. I want to see this damn line. Okay, you want to tell me how the hell that's hitting anything? Yeah, no, C doesn't work. Hydrate from Creator and Deep. There's nothing here for it to hit. It's literally blank. No, I think this is just a weird ass bug. Or I'm stupid, which could also be the case. But like, that line doesn't hit anything. And yet it's saying it does. No, I think it happens like no matter where I am. Thing is, I'm not sure the physics debugger will actually show me the raycast properly, but I can definitely give it a go. Gonna have to restart in debug mode. Open up Visual Debugger. Let's see what happens. And I hope it shows me the raycast. And yeah, Norbis, I'm definitely gonna try rendering the line from the origin of the raycast to the actual location of the entity it hit. Yeah, Hakusa, that's... Well, Mr. Tim. Mr. Timothy. I think my man didn't realize that the size is a... Oh no, this could be a user interface communication error. Cause here's the thing. I think the box collider expects half size, but it says size. Yeah, physics debugger definitely helped. I think I changed the box collider to store half size. The hell was that? What is it? It's Alt Shift S. And yeah. Okay, this is sort of my fault in a way, because I changed the box collider so it stored half size, so it was consistent with the other colliders. But in scene hierarchy panel, where we do draw component box, I didn't say half. So it's technically my fault. Technically. God damn it. Captain G8S, thank you so much for following. Alright. I'm not gonna blame that on Tim. That's my bad. Foos, thank you so much for following. I'm such a moron. It's not expanding everything though, even though I search floor tile. Although I think if I search row, nope. Thankfully, it's not difficult to fix. Just have to expand a lot of stuff. My Chrome died. That sucks, Tony. $560 something followers. Seriously? I think I had like 400 something at the start of this stream, or let him there or something. Yeah. First day of Let 'em Dare, 71 followers. Then 20. Yesterday it was 54 followers. Today so far it's been 52 or 53. Hakusa, thank you so much for following. And Sappy, thanks for following. It's 12:28 here and I have to wake up in 6 hours, so yeah. Good luck tomorrow, and uni, Creator and Deep. Thank you for tuning in. Battle Dash, thanks for following. Imagine doing this if we didn't have multi-entity editing. Multi-component editing, being able to edit multiple things at once. Yeah, moron. I'm kidding, Tony. That should be pretty much all of those in here. Sandbox doesn't matter. Now we have these guys. Chips, thank you so much for following. Hazard, never heard of such a thing. Yeah. Have you stopped working on Hazard, by the way? Hang on a minute. Could I just do this? No. Because Road doesn't have it. I probably need to resave the prefabs. Yeah, I need to update them. What's the summary of the game? A tune needs to turn at the start when discussing ideas that looks interesting. What's the game mechanic? Hazard is now sleeping for an undefined amount of time. Good to know. It's basically meant to be kind of a tile-based puzzle game almost, except with a bit of a twist in that you indirectly control the player by directly controlling a different player. I can show you once I've kind of gone through all of these. I'm actually gonna save because God forbid it crashes. Oh my god. Somebody need to clip that. Holy shit. Oh. No. It shouldn't be 1.5, it should be 0.5, exactly. I said I'm gonna save in case it crashes, and then it crashed. Whew. What's the problem though? If I might ask. Probably doesn't have the component right. Bet you feel like Tim now. No, Foss, we still have like slow motion. Yeah, you see, unlike Tim, I save my work frequently. We still have the time, like the slow motion thing. So I'm trying to understand why this actually did crash. Probably doesn't have the component or some weird shit like that. I hope somebody clips that, because that is amazing. The Visual Studio theme is the default theme that comes with the Visual Assist extension, which is not free. Oh, Maxi Jew, thank you so much for clipping that. Holy crap. Save because God forbid it crashes. Literally done. Oh. That's I'm doing that. I'm gonna be posting that to YouTube, to my stream archive. Because holy crap. Okay, where were we? If that's alright with you. So we were doing one of these. We've done these. I'm a second too late. But at least it wasn't a red triangle and a red background. Shut up, Tony. Oh yeah, I forgot to increment the crash. That's probably, like, I'm not even mad about that. That was beautiful. We did that one. We did that one. Let's see if it happens again. No, it doesn't. Good. I guess it was one of the... Which one would have caused a crash? Oh well. Okay, make VS extension to increment a number in a file every time it crashes and read that in OBS. Probably. You could probably make that actually. I'm not gonna. Uh-huh. Okay. That's very interesting. I need to figure out what the hell's crashing. I'm not gonna increment this time because, well, no, okay. That one I'm gonna increment again because that was unexpected. But if it crashes again while I'm debugging this, which is probably gonna, then I won't increment because at that right now I'm basically just trying to get it to crash. So it's one of these bastards. It's because this one gets selected. Because it doesn't have a box collider. Thing is, if it doesn't have a box collider, it shouldn't show any box colliders. Meaning that multi-selection is kind of a bit broken. Selecting multiple entities along with one entity that doesn't share the component crashes, which is interesting, seeing as we check that here. All right, so I'm basically just gonna do that and skip over one. Yeah, it's a very interesting case because it shouldn't be happening. We should just skip over this. Save. For God's sake, save. Always save. Never trust Hazel. And I'll probably use the second section here to update the prefab. Like that. Because this has additional shit on it. And they're like the exact same prefab. While I'm at it, interesting how this isn't a valid prefab. Very interesting. I think I can fix that. You're gonna eat it, Tony? Sounds good. I think I can actually fix this by doing this. Floor tile. I think it should be this. If I remember correctly, the prefab ID reference says the actual. So what? I'm gonna copy this, keep it in a file, just in case I fuck up. And now it looks like it's valid. Lester Digital, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, now it works. Did I do that? Yes. So now if we take a look at it, yeah. Let's take a look at the lava tile. That's using a mesh collider for no real reason. 0.5, 10, -10. Cool. Update. Spiked tile. Yeah. Do we want this to actually have a mesh collider? I mean, it's convex either way, so it doesn't matter. Alright, I've updated the tiles. Now, let's see if that actually fixed the problem. The hell ended up happening there? Yeah, so it's actually working. Yeah, I don't think there's a need for me to raycast at all. Like, I think this entire piece of code, gone. Please don't crash. Because now it should be falling. Yep. Time to push. Vilska Maisteri, thank you so much for the hydrate. Feels weird thanking someone for using a hydrate, seeing as usually it's painful. Peter removes unnecessary code and everything breaks. Isn't that usually how it goes? Fixed tile colliders. I don't know what it does, but I'm too scared to delete it. Yeah. Added axe. Pressure plate. So many changes. Will you be streaming like 7 hours more? Probably not. Well, no, definitely not. Slow motion can now be triggered when the player moves are being replayed. Alright. Yeah, Tim's definitely gonna beat me. I mean, I don't know, it's not even a competition. Not a competition. Zen4King, thank you so much for following. Yeah, I'm gonna push that. Still not gonna bother pushing those. Fixed some more scripting. Crashes plus fixed wrong label for box collider. Component half size. He's not beating you, you just work faster. Well, I mean, well, no, I don't work that fast. Why is Unity opening VS when I click on game object? X does not have valid script, because it tries to take you to the actual script where that error got logged. My time scale is higher. It'd be really nice if Tim could wake up soon. This is C#. Time is it in Australia? It's pretty early in the morning, I think. I think it's like 7 a.m. No, it's actually almost 9 a.m. But Tim went to bed at like 4 a.m. So he's basically slept like almost 4 hours, and he was planning on waking up in time so he could do a 24-hour stream. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm pretty much waiting for Tim at this point, because I want to go to bed. I'm not mad enough to attempt a 24-hour stream. Believe in Tim. Yeah. Do you inhale to say yes? You talking about because in that case, yeah, pretty much. Sleeping stream. I feel like I'm too tired to even like implement the bridge. especially because it looks really weird due to the origin of the mesh. If the origin was like perfectly here, it would look a lot better when we did this. So I'm gonna have Tim fix that. Put the man to work when he wakes up. But I guess I should make sure. I guess I should make sure that the player can actually fall through that 1 by 1 meter hole. Yep, he can. Will you make it that the initial tile is under the replicate player, because I think it looks kind of odd that it's floating till you move. Yeah, I agree. It definitely looks odd. I'm kind of wondering what the best way to handle that would be. We could, of course, have so the initial tile is always visible. And hopefully, yeah, floaty boy. Hopefully that shouldn't be hard, he says, knowing fully that his code is absolute trash at the moment. I guess because that's happening in section. We basically pretty much Tony. No, is it actually in level manager? I think it is. Yeah, it's this code. We can simply hide the level and then do we really don't have access to show tile. Guess we don't. Although it wants an X and Y. Let me yank this real quick. What? Why did that happen instantly? Why isn't it doing it anymore? It's supposed to show the hell did I break now? We go through and we add them like that in the section so we can keep track of them. They're being hidden pretty much instantly. Are we doing some bullshit here? No, actually, it seems to be hiding them pretty much instantaneously. Yeah. How? I know why. Stop that. Stop that. That is the problem. Then we add this back in. Yeah, there we go. For some reason, it's hidden after we die. Which I do remember being an issue. See if this fixed it. No, I didn't. Yeah, I don't know where that's happening. Looks like a legit Flash game. Well, yeah, because it's kind of like, I think a lot of these games that do have this sort of look to it were originally made in like Flash. Well, yeah, of course most Legendary games are gonna look like Flash games because you don't have much time to make them. Alright, let's test the thing I was actually gonna test, which actually I think I already tested. They should look like AAA games. Pretty sure I already tested this. Yeah, I did. Max, did you redeem your hydrate? Gotta fill up water. No, don't drown me. I will disable hydrate. Yes, that was cat, probably. If you saw a cat, that's cat. Why my kitchen's in the dark? Because electricity is expensive right now. I say as I'm literally spending 3 days with my PC turned on like most of the time. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. Only reason I have my living room light on is so that the camera isn't pitch black. It's my full-time job working. Well, it's not full-time, it's part-time, really. Bridge once pressure plate is activated. But yeah, working on like Hazel and the games, it's my part-time job. Hopefully it will be full-time. Eventually. Well, I can see Jan is now awake, but I have yet to see a Tim. Yeah, pretty much for this weekend it's full-time times 2. If Jan goes live before Tim, I'm just gonna probably have a call with Jan and then go to bed. Orlin the Mage, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I'm gonna do the big coma. What is even a programmer called if they don't live underground? A no-grammer. Honestly, I'm barely able to think at this point. Here's the thing though, if we give this a 90-degree rotation, we cannot fall through this tiny of a space, right? Because you have to keep in mind these will actually have colliders on them, so that when they're extended you can walk through. We have a mesh collider. With complex as simple. Don't you think you should rotate them both? We could. Absolutely. Interesting how they didn't even appear. That's very interesting. Is it the mesh collider? I'm betting it's the mesh collider. I didn't even make a move. What's up with that? Why did it just stop? I think there's like a... Why is it over there? Hang on, let's change that back and then take the camera. Okay, they're in the right position now. Then we'll continue. They disappear, which is fine. They're at 0, 0. That is at 3, -25C 0, which I think is correct. And then take the camera. They're currently in the right position. Then we do this and hopefully make it there. Yes, we did. And before we do anything else, let's double check. Yeah, they're on their way up, but no, they're up, but they're not in the right place. Eight, 5. Sappy stretch. And Tony with the posture check. Why does this end up being at 8,3? And does that happen if we bring these onto a different one? $500 points for 3 push-ups. Maybe. How does it feel to have less than 24 hours left and been streaming for 12 hours? You need to ask. I think the time limit isn't necessarily a problem at all, really. But Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so they work. It's just this particular one that doesn't. You guys on a schedule? I mean, we have limited amount of time to make and release the game, yeah. If that's what you mean. No, you're gonna be able to play it. Why did this one work, but not this one? I'm gonna fall through the world, I just realized, because of the way I moved.